don't think I see him in the house, so Madam Bella can open for us with a word of prayer. Asante sana.
Let us bow our heads in prayer. Dear Heavenly Father, we want to thank you this morning for your hand of protection over our lives. Father, we thank you because since we started this conference, you've been with us. You've been with the speakers who have imparted knowledge on us. Father, we continue praying that as we conclude the leg today, you'll be with us, my Father. You've enabled us to even have a good time yesterday and reach our destinations safely. For this, we want to thank you. As we start the sessions today, my Father, we pray that you'll guide us. You'll continue enabling us to pay attention. And Father, at the end of the day, we would like to leave here with more knowledge that we are going to implement for the benefit of our schemes. Father, we want to thank you. We thank you even for the MC, and we thank you for every person who will participate today. We pray that you be with us, and thank you for always answering our prayers whenever we call. It is in Jesus' name that we pray and we trust.
Amen. Thank you very much, Asante Sana, Ma'am. We appreciate you for that. Without much ado, ladies and gentlemen, I kindly want to introduce our Secretary General, Bwana Mwangangi, atupe welcoming remarks for this third day of the event. Then immediately we shall go to the speakers of the day who will take us through the last and final discussions that we have this wonderful day, ladies and gentlemen. So Kwame, kindly, you can give it to Bwana SG. Let's appreciate the Secretary General as he makes his way to give us the opening remarks for the third and final day. Asante.
This is nice. So now you can do something good. You don't need to know what I am saying. But you have a hand, and you don't need to do what I would like you to do. You can clap if the rhythm is capable of being clapped for. It will not take more than 30 seconds. Songa zonge gazin zonga zonge ndere kwa temwagi. Hiyo na vai wa. Songa zonge gazin zonga zonge.
Weka makofi.
Songa zonge ndere kwa temwagi. Ukongi we watai na mundo kulu jaka na indi notina. Indiro ukoti negindo. Thank you, my brothers and sisters. Present delegates, today is the day. People say Friday is a furahi day here in Mombasa. It's not Friday. Sajab, it's furahi day, the day of being happy. If you are not happy on Friday in Mombasa, there must just be something. No wonder the hotel keeps a doctor here to check on you. But all that you do is on a Friday in Mombasa, take care. Hapa ni Mombasa, uchunge usijo kaabaswa. Just as you do what you want to do, don't go near a coconut tree. You may find yourself there tomorrow in the morning. But for today, before we go to the coconut tree, we have got elegant persons who are coming to speak to us today. I have a secretariat which we worked with in order to produce this program, produce and prepare this event. The persons who did it, I cannot see them inside this hall. Probably they are outside there. When they come, I will show you those persons. But for you, the delegates, thank you for answering our call. Mr. Gondwin Simba is coming to tell us pension fund governance, trustee capacity, and fiduciary excellence. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the business that we do, and we do it every day. We only have a question which you need to check. While you are engaged in governance, do you also check your fiduciary obligations? While you are engaged in governance, do you check your compliance levels? Are the three levels the same? Too many things are taught to you, trustees, who are present here, industry players. Always check one thing, which you must never forget at all. Look at clause 3 or 4 of your trust deed and rules. It tells you the objective for which the pension scheme was established. So much so, then, any activity you engage in, it must be geared towards discharging that objective. It is not a case of you saying, I want to do this to do good governance, I want to do this to ensure ESG, I want to do this to ensure compliance. Question always is, there is compliance. Does it satisfy the objective for which the scheme was established? The danger of you departing from the objective is that you could reasonably be charged with breach of trust. As we go on, Timothy Mukoba is in-house. Hey, my brother. Geoffrey Sajabi is in-house. And Geoffrey believes that he must marry a Kenyan. When you see him here, you should be aware. You could say he is Ugandan, but he's a Ugandan who is an African man of sound mind. He most likely can only marry in Kenya a second wife. And he is not opposed to that one. But probably unknown to you, you can also go to Busia, marry a Ugandan, cross the border, build a Simba there, come back to Kenya, take your pension and cross the border. Because you have immigrated to another country with no intention of returning. The station where a woman is like a police station. When you find a gun at a police station, you cannot go and report at another station that you have found a gun at a police station. So if you need pension in Kenya, just go across. Talk to Sajabi. As he crosses, he can now show you some Simba somewhere. He is here. He will tell us why we should prepare ourselves for retirement. Timothy is in the house, and he has a business to tell us. Today, you will hear the business. There is something else here. Kevin is in the house. Where? Hybrid innovation in guaranteed and unit-linked investment strategies. Here you can't lose money. We can almost guarantee you. You only need to pay attention, listen to him. The president of Aptak will be in the house to tell us how far we have gone, because he gave us certain undertakings that he can lead us into Canaan or anywhere else where we want to go as an industry. And here, the deputy president, and not the impeached one, he is in the house. He will tell us what he feels about our presence here and what we may have been doing in this week. But this mic is meant for you. Can you tell us about 3 people? Any topic which is your take-home statement. Any of those that we discussed from Wednesday up to today. Which point is your take-home? This mic is yours. Oh, you left everything in the garden yesterday, didn't you? Yeah, people may have left them there. Anyone who has anything take home? I can see all of you now. A number of you are studying the program now to remember. So when you remember, this mic will still be around. We should be able to give it to you. Tell us what you have taken home. Good morning, Chairman. Any one of you? So, where is the MC?
Thank you very much. I'm here.
Very good.
Asante sana. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give our secretary A round of applause for that wonderful welcoming statement. Asante sana. Like he has said, much has been learned. This event has given us an insight on so many things and discussions that we've had. And I believe later on the queue of Bwana to share what our take home is. Without much ado, ladies and gentlemen, I don't want to repeat what Bwana SG has said. I want us to welcome, to discuss enhancing retirement readiness, Bwana Godfrey Sajabi, all the way from Uganda, the Chief Commercial Officer, National Security Fund. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give him a round of applause as he comes to take us home with that. A better round of applause for our Ugandan brother, please. Let us not be economical with our claps, ladies and gentlemen. Asante sana. Bwana Geoffrey, stage is yours. All right.
Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. How are we doing? Now, I normally love to begin with some bit of a joke to make the moment a bit light. SG has made it a bit easier, is, spoken about being able to marry across the border. So let me give you just one joke. So as we work so hard to prepare for that time when we are very old, there was this couple. So the lady goes to the husband and they're discussing how most likely things will turn out in their old age. So the man asks the wife, if I died before you, would you move into our house with another man? And the woman says, my sweetheart, the way I love you, when you pass on, never can I move in with another man. I'll simply move in with my young sister. And the man was excited. Now it was the turn for the woman to ask and says, how about you, my husband? If I passed on, would you marry another woman and bring them in our house? And the man said, no. I'll do exactly what you just said. I can't bring another woman in here. I'll bring in your young sister. You don't want to know what happened after? But so people worry about what will happen to their spouses when they are gone, and you ask, but your time with them was finished the moment you left. So perhaps you would be happier in the other world knowing that your spouse has found someone that can take good care of them, right? How many of us would be happier knowing that our spouse has met someone either as good as us or even better? And so they are happier. When you are away, very happy. Okay, so let's go into the slides. I noticed that the point has not been given. Okay, here. Great. Thank you. One would love to appreciate Aptak for inviting us again. This is my second conference, having attended one last year. And SG, you recall that we discussed a possibility of us extending this Aptak beyond the borders, right? Now, for me, the things that I'm going to speak about are more about you, okay? Most of the presentations were focused on how you can run your schemes better. They were focused on how you can invest better for impact. They focused on alternatives, what more you can actually be able to do. For me, I'm here to tell you that even as you do all that, it's also important for you to know what is happening around trends in retirement, okay? Because if you're not in a good place yourself, your members can't be in a good place. So sometimes we support other people, but who is there to support us? So the things I'll be talking about, some of them are going to sound very uncomfortable, eh? So you'll bear with me. Some of the examples that I might give may relate exactly to what you're going through. I never knew about that, okay? It just happens that some of this could be the same thing. So some bit of uncomfortable conversations, but let's go into this. Now, I normally tell people that retirement can happen in many ways. There are people that are lucky who will work until when they attain the retirement age. Then they'll live, having worked for so many years, they saved money, they invested. But there's also a segment of people that will retire for circumstances beyond their control. Last year or 2 years ago, no one knew that when Donald Trump is elected the president of the USA, many people across the world would lose their jobs for just one decision, cutting of funding to USAID. Now, whether you're in Uganda, you're in Gambia, you're in Kenya, many people lost jobs. In my own scheme, we lost about 4 billion shillings monthly by that one action, okay? But that is not something that anyone planned for. So even when we speak about planning for retirement, you don't only look at it from the angle of, I am 60 years of age. No, 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 you could actually be 30 and your retirement comes in 5 years, outside your own control. So it's good to begin to plan early. This has gone off here. Tech team, you could, okay. Yeah, it's now back. But the best way to begin a conversation around this topic is to often start with the end in mind. I know that when you're 23 years of age, you've just gotten a job, it might be difficult to picture how 40 years to come will be. But it is still good to have some mental picture of how you think your life will be. Because that enables you to make decisions that shape that future that you want. So it's good to begin with the end in mind. And one way that enhances beginning with the end in mind is when I get this very first job, I need to have the mindset that this job can actually end. I have it today, but it can end. I normally tell people that even when you're a CEO that signs letters for people to leave the workplace, there will be a moment also when someone else signs that very what? Letter. But how prepared are you? Okay? So let's look at some of the things. Yesterday, I think that was the last panel, they highlighted the risk of longevity. And it is ironical that we call it a risk, because perhaps we would love to live longer. Question is, if you live longer, would you have sufficient savings? Will the investments that you've undertaken be able to take care of you? When I looked at the data for Kenyans, your life expectancy at birth is about 67 years. For some reason, ours is a bit higher, 68.5 years. I need to understand why we tend to live longer than the Kenyans. Okay? Now, but even within the Kenyans, this number is a bit higher for the women. So women are actually likely to live longer than the men. So if you are a woman here, you're likely to live longer than the man you seated next to. Eh? Question is, so if I lived much longer than these men, will I have sufficient income? Have I saved enough to be able to look after myself? But this number gets worse when you look at life expectancy at 60 years of age. So if you're in this room and you are 60, the chance that you live for another 20 to 25 years is extremely high. If the scheme that you belong to is a DC scheme that pays you a lump sum at 60 years of age, what is the chance that that lump sum that you got will be able to last you for the next 25 years? So what are some of the things that we recommend? It's important to begin saving early. As soon as someone gets a job, it's important that they begin to save. Why is it important to begin early? There is power in compounding. A person that begins saving at 20 years of age, 40,000 Kenya, you know the currencies tend to confuse me. If you began saving at 20, 5,000 Uganda shillings, and you saved up to 50, you're most likely going to be in a better position than a person who began saving a lot more money at 50 years of age, because of the power of compounding. So it's important to consider beginning early. The other key thing to consider for you, but also for the members that you talk to, many of our schemes, employers, especially back home, employers tend to contribute a higher percentage. In NSSF, Uganda, the employer contributes 10%. The member does 5%. Now, we've been encouraging our members to at least match what the employer is doing. Because at the end of the day, this is your money. So if the employer is doing 10%, is it possible to look at your own income and see a possibility of doing a 10% voluntarily? Our act was amended. It now permits members to contribute over and above 5%. And quite a number are choosing it. But how do they choose it? When they understand that what they are saving today may not be sufficient to look after them in their old age. So matching would be an extremely important thing, okay? Of course, if there are additional products that you can take on that enhance your income when you match, older, that also would come in to help, okay? But the key thing is that we are likely to live longer, and living longer means that we could exhaust our lump sum, monies, and we continue to live longer. And that's why you speak about old age poverty. That someone actually worked, they contributed to a scheme, they were paid the lump sum, but they have lived up to 90. They no longer have any money. So it's key to look at that. Number two, in terms of the trends, is retirement and parenting. In the past, I think it was fashionable, not just in Uganda, but maybe even in Kenya, that you simply had so many children. And you figured out that when I grow old, my children will look after me. Today, I would like to tell you that that trend is also changing significantly. It is very unlikely that your children will look after you. Their dreams are completely different. I normally do some small tests. When I go back home, okay, and my kids are speaking, and they're talking about things they will do when they grow up, things when they will do when they have lots of money, my name never comes up. Yeah? They only speak about my wife. I normally hear them saying, "Mommy, when I grow up, I'll buy you a bigger car." They are promising their mother what I haven't been able to do for her. They say, "Mommy, when I grow up, I'm going to build a bigger what? House." Then you are waiting to hear one of them say, "Daddy, when I grow up," no. And whereas that may sound as a joke, in actual sense, it is the reality. Women tend to be more affectionate with the children. Men, we tend to focus on being able to provide. For as long as I've paid the fees and all that kind of stuff, it is okay. I remember a friend of mine inviting me for a graduation of the daughter. He had been working so hard to send his daughter to a university in Nairobi, Strathmore, right? And he was paying quite some money, more than 10 million Uganda shillings every semester for this girl to come to Nairobi. But he said, in addition to the tuition, I am not going to pay for air tickets. This girl should be able to use a bus. There are buses that are very comfortable from Kampala to Nairobi. But the mother did not want her daughter to use a bus. So once in a while, she would give the daughter money for an air ticket. Now, an air ticket from Kampala to Nairobi, one way, I think, is less than 1 million, okay? But the guy is paying over 10 million. So graduation, the daughter is, giving a speech and says, "My hero for the time that I was at the university was my mother. She ensured that whenever it was within her means, I would at least get an air ticket." Suddenly, the ticket became more important than the tuition. And the guy just tapped me and said, "This is the life of a man." Okay? But those signals might appear small, but they communicate one thing. You're on your own, especially you, the men. You are on your own. The other example that I want to give you, again happening in my own family. So there's this couple, they are now old, they have educated their kids, the kids are based in Kampala, but they visit, quite often. And They would meet with the parents, both parents in the living room, and give both of them money, the same amount. So if they gave 80,000 Uganda shillings to the mother, they gave 80 to the father. But the child would go in the bedroom and give the mother some more money. But as soon as the child left, the mother still went to the father and said, "You'll misuse this money, so you bring the money." That is why it is important for men to have their own what? Money, that you're not waiting for your children to be able to support you. The reality is it is very unlikely that our children will look after us. I keep telling people that some of us are in the last generation of children that actively look after our parents. But that trend is changing. I think as a parent, my dream is to see that I've educated my children in the best schools and that they are able to be independent, not to depend on me. But not that I should be running to them. I see the trend back in my country. People have educated kids, even in universities outside, Uganda. Today in Uganda, it's possible to find a 30-year-old boy still living with the parents. And I don't think it's any different in Kenya. You find a 40-year-old still living with their parents. They even begin to get their own children still living with you. Now, that's the child that you think will look after you. So you need to take deliberate actions when you are still actively earning to plan for your own old age, because it's unlikely that the children will support you. And if they do, it's simply a bonus. The other person that you shouldn't expect support from is government. I don't know how it is with the government of Kenya. Ours, you shouldn't expect support from the government. I'll give you a short story. So, we have a program called Social Assistance Grant for Empowerment. It's meant for the elderly, okay? When it was being piloted, the government was paying 25K to every Ugandan of 65 years and above. But at that point, they were having support from some of the donors. For some reason, the percentage of our population that is 65 years and above hasn't changed. It's normally about 5% of the population. Of course, in absolute numbers, it grows, okay? Today, there are about 2.1 million Ugandans that are 65 and above. 25,000 Uganda shillings is less than $10. It's less than $10. The government could no longer afford to pay all people that were 65 and above. So what did they do? They amended the eligibility age to 80. Yes, so now in Uganda, for you to qualify for that SAGE, you need to be 80 years and last week I was meeting a group and I told them that if they don't die fast enough, and people that are 8 and above also become too many, government could easily revise it to 90. Because it is the best way to avoid taking on that what? Cost. But that shows you one thing, that the government will not look after you, because whenever they don't have money, then they simply change eligibility. But in any case, what is $10 or less than $10 being paid to a person on a monthly what? Basis. Okay? So, plan with a mindset of knowing that even your government will not look after you. You'll be on your own. What are some of the advice that we want to give? And the disclaimer is that this might not apply to everyone, but if it's within your control, it's better to have children early. If it's within your control. Why? Because there could be legitimate reasons as to why you don't want to have children early. But if it's absolutely in your control, have children early. So when I'm 60 years and I'm retiring, I do not have a child in kindergarten. When I'm 70, I'm not still changing diapers for my child. At most, I should be carrying a grand what? Child. But also certain expenses that come with children perhaps shouldn't be happening to you at 70 years of age. But I said if it's within your control, because I don't want to hurt a 70-year-old who just got a child yesterday. You might be having a legitimate what? Reason. I normally see pensioners in Uganda that have saved with a fund. They have lived a very good life, but because now they're getting this huge lump sum at 60 years of age, that's when they dream of getting a second wife. If you must get a second wife, get them earlier. do not wait for 60 years. You are retiring, and the money that is meant to look after you and your spouse in your old age, that's when you think of picking a second what? A second wife. That money will not be sufficient. And I can tell you that quite often, that second wife may not even last, because that money, as soon as it's finished, your first wife will still be there. SG. Okay. Someone yesterday talked about black tax. Dependence rates in Africa, in Kenya, in Uganda are extremely high. Today, if you open your WhatsApp now, many of you will be in Harambes contributing for so many things. Harambee is a Swahili word, right? Yeah. Either someone has died and they want you to bury them. Yes. Or someone is wedding, they're having their wedding, they're marrying, they want you to contribute. The road in your neighborhood is not good, they want you to contribute. The advice often is you cannot solve all problems of the world. You've got to determine which causes you'll contribute to. I see a trend in Uganda where people hold what we call wedding meetings, and they're pledging monies. And sometimes even those that do not have money also put up their hands. Why? Because SG has pledged. Now, on the day of the wedding, you look at the pledge list and there's still outstanding amounts, and you wonder, didn't they know that the wedding was today? They pledged what they just cannot afford. I tell people that if you do not have money, don't contribute someone's wedding. It is okay. And guess what? Even if you don't contribute, that wedding will still take place. Sijui, eh? Sindio? It will still take place. I normally share an example of barrios in Uganda where people contribute all the time, even in my own groups. But sometimes you're even burying people that you don't know. You've never met them. These people are not planning for their own death. We need to get to a point where we begin to plan even for things like death. That when I'm gone, I can still get a decent send-off without inconveniencing other people. And for us, burials are a big thing, but I think they're even bigger in Kenya. One time I was in some part of Kenya, and there was a procession, and I was asking them, is there a wedding? I said, no, it is a burial. And so if you tot up the amount of money that is being spent on burials every Saturday, it is a significant amount of money. So these causes, you ought to determine what cause you'll contribute to. It is good to support, but it's important to support within what you can afford. I normally give an example of a sister of mine who retired. Her own children were all out of school. Then, because, the home was a bit boring, she goes to the village and picks a neighbor's child to support them in her own home, because they needed to have some young person there. But then she's taking them to schools that she cannot afford. But there are also schools that she could actually afford. So sometimes you simply need to accept your financial reality. I was advising some members of my team with the HR team, a staff that was taking loans all the time, they're struggling, they can't perform at work because of the loans that they have taken. And when we try to dig deep, it's because they're taking their children to international schools, 3 children. Why do I take my child to an international school if I cannot afford one? Because sometimes the person I'm competing with has got alternative incomes that I don't have. So it's good to accept our financial reality and do things that are within your means. Yesterday, medical care was quite a hot topic. The bad news is that the cost of Medicare gets higher as we age. I tried to get medical insurance for my own mother, who is now about 83. No insurance company wants to take on that cost because they think the risk is high. So as we work today, one of the things that we need to deliberately plan better for is the fact that the cost of looking after us medically will skyrocket as we age. But even the things I talked about of Barry and others also take a lot of money. So what sort of advice would we give? Number one, it's good to leverage the groups that you belong to. The cost of most things, insurance, will actually come down if you leverage your groups. If you gather an individual to get a medical cover, it will be very high. If you gather an individual to get a funeral cover, it will be high. Back in Uganda, I am a president, not of the country, by the way, there is only one. Our side is only one. We're not like you Kenyans who love to change good things all the time. So I'm a president of my former school, you know, the old boys that went to that school. We are more than 1,000 on a WhatsApp group. Our biggest headache every day was contributing money to bury people. So all the time on that group, they told you this old boy who went to that school in 1965 has died. I wasn't born in 1965. When that guy went to that school, I don't know him. Why is it now my business to bury him? I never went to school with him. Then they tell you, do you remember this boy that was a good footballer in school in 1970? I wasn't there. The guy has passed on, and suddenly you must contribute. Now, when you're the president of the group, the contribution amount also matters. Suddenly you become shy and say, but how can the president put 1,000 Kenya shillings? I am the president, I need to put 5,000. Before you know, 5 people have died in the same week. Sometimes even in the same week. Because the old boys who went to that school first are now at that age where many of them are dying. But why should I be burying them? I don't even know them. So I proposed and I said, guys, let's go to an insurance company to buy a funeral cover. So each member now pays 120,000 Uganda shillings. That's about how much in Kenya? Maybe 4,000 at most, yeah? So 4,000 Kenya shillings is what we pay as the premium once a year. But when a principal member dies, insurance pays 10 million shillings. When a spouse dies, they pay 5 million shillings. When a child or the parents die, they pay 2 million shillings. With that action, we stopped collecting money to bury people on the group. Suddenly, it is cheaper that way. I rather put in my 4K once a year than contribute 5,000 every time someone dies. And they often will die. So it is good to leverage the groups that we belong to, whether it's old boys. Pardon? Yes. So now you don't bury people. In my own institution, NSSF, because again we are Ugandans, whenever a colleague has lost a parent, lost a spouse, people tend to put a list and they begin to ask for money. We are taking the same solution, saying if you want people to help you to bury your loved ones, make a contribution once a year. Otherwise, no one is going to run a list to contribute for you. Because when you continuously do that, you impact your ability to save for the long term. Most of your money goes in burying people. Most of your money should go in supporting yourself when you are still living. So leverage the groups that you belong to bring down the cost of some of the things. Of course, it goes without saying that it's also good to take care of our bodies well when we're actively, employed. Take on habits that enhance your ability to live a better life. Walk, exercise, be in a better shape. Because when you've taken good care of your body, most likely certain illnesses may not also come very fast. Now, that is within your control. You can live a better life. I don't know what it is in Kenya, but in Uganda, we've got what we call lifestyle inflation. People that are competing to do things that they cannot afford. So you live a lifestyle that is beyond your means. I was born in a part of Uganda called Jinja. You've heard about Jinja? Now, Jinja has got many Indians. And I grew up watching Indians to sort of understand how they live their lives. When an Indian in Jinja is operating a small shop along the main street, they are riding what we call a scooter, right? A scooter. That Indian opens a supermarket, he's still riding what? A scooter. One day you go find out he's got 3 supermarkets within the town. Either he's riding a scooter or is upgraded to a very efficient car. And they are still sleeping at the back of the supermarket. They are managing their costs as they make more money. For the Ugandans, it's different. And I don't think it is any different for the Kenyan. That a Ugandan who is working with Kenya Power today and have been earning 100,000 Kenya shillings, okay, per month. Well, maybe that's a lot of money anyway. That person will live a certain lifestyle and they are comfortable and they're okay. They are living in an apartment where they are paying less than 10% of their total income, okay? The day they receive a letter telling them that their salary has now been changed from 100,000 to 500,000, they'll call all the brokers in Nairobi and say, you see now I'm a manager. Are there apartments available in this particular neighborhood? I need to be close to the big boys. Before you know, they have been driving a smaller car or they have not been driving. Suddenly, they need to upgrade the what? The car. Most Africans, when we earn a bit of more money, the rate at which we upgrade our expenses is higher than the money that we've actually earned. So at the end of the day, what has actually increased at a higher rate is not the salary. It is the expenses. Maybe we need to adopt the Indian mindset. And I'm not saying that people should not spend some money on them. No, 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 no. If I've been earning 5,000 and you increase my pay to 20,000, it is okay for me to adjust certain things about my life. Maybe an additional 2,000 can go on me. But I shouldn't blow everything. I shouldn't get all manner of loans simply because my pay has now been enhanced. Because when you do that, long term, it's got an impact on your ability to save for the future, which future will actually come. For us that work in pensions, there are fraudsters that we need to be aware of. Even for lump sum schemes, there are fraudsters that will promise you returns that are just too good to be true. Last year in Uganda, there was a company called Capital Chicken. I don't know if those things happen in Kenya. Capital Chicken came as a scheme telling people, if you invest this amount of money with us, we'll be paying you this much every week. And people ran, including those that were accessing some mid-term money from the fund, took their money to Capital Chicken. They didn't know what Capital Chicken does. They didn't know if it's a regulated, agency. But people put in money. And guess how these schemes actually work? The people that go first actually get some money. So if you put 1 million Kenya shillings, and they tell you that every week we'll give you 500,000, of course you need to be asking, what kind of business is that where I put 1 million and I'm being given half of that money every week? And you're telling me that even the principle is intact. Even if you're dealing in cocaine, those returns will still not be possible. But people have things that appear to be quick. So people put in money, and like I was explaining how that works. You put your 1 million, as soon as you put it, they'll give you 500 after 1 week. You'll get excited. But guess what? They've simply given you part of your own money. But because you got that 500, you ran to a bank. That's what happened in Kampala. People run to banks to borrow more money so they can put. As soon as they incurred big loans, that is when Capital Chicken closed. So, but even in our schemes, like Alan said here yesterday, we used to take over 50, 40 days to pay people benefits, more than 10 years ago. Even when we've invested in member education, perceptions have not completely changed. Today we are paying a benefit in about 4 days. For the age benefits, we are paying in less than 2 days. But still there are agents out there who go and tell our members, if you give me 20% of your money, I can ensure that your benefit is paid in 2 days. But they know that it's actually going to be paid in 2 days. So as schemes, we need to invest a lot in educating our members to know that actually these are the payment timelines. No one should lie to you that you need to use money in order to access your savings much what? Faster. But these fraudsters exist, I'm sure, even in Nairobi. They have become even worse with technology, okay? Now, you need to seek professional advice. Whenever you're accessing these sorts of money, you need to seek professional advice. Your schemes as organizations rely a lot on professionals, accountants, auditors, and other people. But even at your individual level, you need to seek professional advice. You need to speak to financial advisors, investment advisors, before you commit your money. If you belong to schemes like NSSF here in Kenya, where it's still a lump sum, you need to have a plan before you withdraw your money. For most people, the biggest amount of money that they will ever hold is that money that they've been saving in a retirement scheme. And why is it the biggest? Because it was a forced saving. Now, if I've saved for the last 40 years, why am I in a hurry to get all that money at once when I don't have a solid what? Plan. So I need to have a plan first. 2, our schemes also need to be more innovative. Let's make it possible for people that want to draw down without having to just take all their money at once. I normally tell the members of the fund during the annual members meeting that it is even possible that if I'm eligible for my NSSF, I am 55, I've got 1 billion, I'll only come when NSSF declares interest, and I pick only the interest. And I know that next year when they declare interest again, I can also come and pick the interest. Now that ensures that this member is catered for the long term. So seek, advice. Of course, as you move towards retirement, it is good to pay off long-term debt. I tell people that you can't be 55 years of age and you're taking a 25-year mortgage. And the income that is meant to service that mortgage is your salary. Except if you've got alternative incomes that will continue paying that mortgage. But at 60, I shouldn't be taking a 25-year mortgage. Even if I need to borrow, I should only be borrowing for the short term, not for the long term. Because the question is, do I have sufficient income when I've retired to commit money to servicing a long-term loan? So it's good to identify these loans early enough and consider to begin to pay them early. How many of us love that picture? How many of us would love to retire in a house like that in Nakuru? That's where you live. Yes. Yes, there are a few people that live right there. I normally use that picture for a reason. So a few years back, there was a member of our scheme who retired. This person had more than 2 billion Uganda shillings. That is quite some good money, okay? But in their entire lifetime, they had never built a house. So at 60, they were now trying to acquire land. An architect put for them together a very beautiful plan. So when they came to speak to me, they even showed me their plan on the phone. It looked, I think, either better than this or even, the same. And I was asking this person, so where is the money that you're going to use to build this kind of house at 60, and with whom are you going to be staying in this kind of house? And say, no, but I'm picking my NSSF. And I told him it is possible that your NSSF might even be exhausted before you roof that house. And then you've got a shell there that is not generating for you what? Money. But even if it was enough, what is the rationale of staying in a house this beautiful but when you're broke? Because at 60, at 65, how much space do you need? Now, long story short, we managed to convince this guy to invest in a long-term bond. The amount of money that he gets in terms of the coupon, okay, is more than sufficient for him to continue renting and live a very good life. I'm not discouraging you from building, but I'm saying if you didn't build early, do not blow your retirement savings to be able to build a dream what? House. Success should not simply be measured by the size of house that you have. In your old age, success is more about disposable what? Income, not the size of your house. You live in that house and you're completely broke. You might even look for a buyer and they will undercut you. You might not even get the kind of money that you used to build that house. You simply need a modest place to live. Now, this example of the guy that I told you, his coupons alone are equivalent to more than 20 million Uganda shillings every month. 20 million. His cost of rent is about 2 million per month. So he's in a better place to earn his 20 plus million and continue renting at 2 million than using his entire savings to build. And even at that age, your children have most likely left. So it's just you and your wife. The cost of maintaining a house for which 80% of the rooms are not in use. In Uganda, we also see a trend. It is especially in one part of the country where people build their biggest houses in the village. And when you go to the village, you could think this is a hotel. And someone tells you, no, it is so-and-so's house. But they only go there once a year for Christmas. But the amount of money that is in that house could easily make their life better. So we need to make some choices around housing. Whereas it is good, it's important to have a roof over your head, it shouldn't come at the cost of you living a miserable life in old age because whatever money you had, you've spent in building a house. You need income in old age. It's also important to determine early enough where you want to retire. And I normally add with who. Eh? Who do you want to retire with? Do you want to retire with your wife? Or with your husband? That's a joke. But it's important to determine where you want to retire early enough. Why is it important? So you make certain decisions today that will benefit you when you retire. In Uganda, and sometimes when I say Uganda, you can replace it with Kenya. I think about 30 years ago, people often retired in the village. They would come to Kampala work, but then at the end of their working life, they went back to the village. That trend has completely changed. People no longer go back to the village. They want to stay in Nairobi, they want to stay in Mombasa, they want to stay in Kisumu. They don't want to go back to village life. They left that life. Now, I normally give myself as an example, and I say that for me, my dream is to retire back in my village. I would like to go back to my village because I cannot stand the noise of Kampala. So I would like to be in a peaceful place. But for me to be in that peaceful place, I need to begin to work on certain fundamentals now, when I'm still actively employed. Now, my village, there is a circle for women. Women, you know, women tend to have more, you know, circles than men. Eh? So this circle is for women, but they permit men that are progressive to join. Eh? And I am one of the men they identified as being very progressive. Eh? So they permitted me to join. Now, in that circle, these women bring 10,000 Uganda shillings every Saturday. Okay? I chose to bring 150,000 Uganda shillings every Saturday. Not because that circle is making for me money, but I realize that even for money that little, the women in my village have a chance to borrow that money at almost zero interest. And they begin small businesses. And those businesses are thriving, they're educating their kids. So I deliberately joined. Why? You see, I normally joke with my wife. I keep asking her, so for you, where do you want to retire? And my wife wants to retire in the city. Me, I want to retire where? So I'm investing in these women early enough because they are the women I'm likely to spend my old age with. Not my wife. So don't go to those women when you're already 80. At that age, you are not attractive enough for them. You are not also energetic enough. Begin now, invest in them, support them. Anyway, that joke aside, is that when I'm in that village, I am not a stranger. When I retire, I am not a stranger. When my church in the village has things that they are doing, they call me and I participate. I send them some little what? Money. And when they're announcing, they say Geoffrey Sajabi contributed. Then the thing that our people in the village love most are burials, burying the dead. But our nature of work does not allow us to attend burials. I think for Kenyans, you got a formula. I'm told you bury mostly on Saturday, right? In Uganda, we bury every day. Every day. So if you're in an office job like mine, there's no way I'll be traveling during the week to go and bury people. But my village has got what they call a burial book. Yeah? So if you're employed, you contribute 10,000 Uganda shillings per dead body. 10K. If you're not employed, you contribute 1K. So what I do, I get 100,000 at the beginning of the year. I give the chairman. Now, those are 10 people. Okay? And the interesting bit is that every time someone dies and they're announcing, they say, among the men that buried is Sajabi Geoffrey Waiso, but I'm not physically there. Now, there are men in that village who are physically there, but their names are not mentioned. Why? Because they did not contribute. Now, that has enabled me to remain participating in affairs of my village without physically being there. So if your intention is to retire in your village, what exactly are you doing in that village that people can identify with you when you go back at 70 years of age? It is possible to go back there, no one knows you. And that's when you realize that money alone is not enough. You need people. Money cannot be enjoyed alone, right? It is like buying a nice Mercedes-Benz and park it in your garage. It loses value. A Benz is only a Benz when people see you driving that Benz. Yes. But if you buy it and it is parked, Cindio, it is like getting a very beautiful woman, right? If you keep her in the house and no one sees her at all, the pride that you get when everyone sees you with your beautiful wife is even higher. Cindio? Exactly. So, even if you are planning to retire in the comfort of the city, what initiatives are you participating in within your community that will permit you to be easily accepted? You belong to Rotary, are you a member of Fathers Union, are you a member of Mothers Union? Are you participating in things that increase your acceptability in that community? Because beyond the money you need people, okay? This does not require over-emphasizing. There is power in social connections. I speak to groups in Kampala a lot. Sometimes you speak to former bankers. These are women, they are 40. They're in a group, these are former bankers. They have remained together. They still support each other even in their old age. They even have a day every month when they go out. They call it Girls' Day Out. But these are 80-year-old, 75 years. But they have a Girls' Day what? Out. And when you have a chance to see them, They even try to dress, you know, the way they used to dress when they were girls. And maybe those things make them live longer. It gives them joy and happiness. When a grandchild has got a birthday and it's being organized by one of them, another person within the same group is the one that is doing the cake. And at a cost. So they're even earning somewhat, some money. I keep asking, especially for us men, what kind of groups have we established? There are people whose groups are extremely active, but only when they are contributing to a round of booze. In my place, there's something they call marua. I don't know the equivalent of that word in Swahili, but marua is a local drink. Yeah? So you get your, is that a straw or a pipe? So each one of you is taking. There are groups, even in my own village, where they contribute at least 1,000 every week in order to be able to get that round. But you could also make groups that are going to improve your ability to remain active even when you retire. And you do that now. You don't do that when you retire. Okay? Coming towards the end, people here spoke a lot about diversification in terms of where you choose to invest. It is extremely important that you diversify. There's nothing as bad as putting all your eggs in one what? One basket. If that basket goes wrong, then most likely things will go wrong. But of course, as we age, it's also quite important to consider moving a significant portion of our money in assets that are passive, but guarantee us that income. At that age, you're no longer chasing return. I think there's someone who mentioned it. At 20, I might be chasing return. And even if I got it wrong, I've got a chance to recover. At 65, if I try to chase return and I get it wrong, I might join the creator earlier. Because if I lose my money, even illnesses that I've never suffered might actually come in. So diversify, but consider moving a significant portion of your money as you edge towards passive assets. Assets that can easily be converted into cash. I normally share an example of a member of the fund who by Ugandan standards is considered rich. He's got arcades in Kampala. Okay? This person got sick, they needed to go to India for treatment. They needed only 150 million Uganda shillings. They couldn't get that money out of the arcades. Because these are simply properties. The tenants would not give you rent in advance. They wouldn't. So you couldn't raise 150 million even when you have 5 arcades. And when you want to sell those arcades at that moment, you might not even get a what? A buyer. So other than accumulating assets, it's also good to invest in assets that can easily be converted into cash. So when that need comes, you can be able to take care of the emergency. Okay? Yesterday, I think someone talked about annuities. Part of our biggest challenge today, even within the country, NSSF Uganda is the biggest scheme, but it is still a lump sum scheme where people take all their money. We did a study some few years ago, and close to 80% of people that took the lump sum had nothing after 2 years. They could not tell you where their money went. These people have never been good at investing. They have been good at working for other people. Now you've given them huge lump sums. So we need to figure out how do we help people. At NSSF, we now have what we call the financial literacy section, whose duty is just to try and educate members before they access their money. Your role should go beyond simply paying that benefit. How can I improve the chances of this member using this money responsibly to last them for a longer period? Of course, if your market, has got annuities, it would be a good thing to consider. That someone buys a lifetime what? Annuity, and they are guaranteed at least a certain amount of monthly income. Because Because if they simply take that lump sum, they can easily exhaust it. It can go in a very short time, okay? So if you belong to a scheme where you paid the lump sum, you need to consider having an arrangement that still guarantees you a certain level of income. I told you that the older persons in Uganda get only 25K, which is less than $10 per month. The irony is that that man has changed their lives, even when it is that little. Why? Because it is predictable. They know that it is little, but it will come. If that guy doesn't have sugar, he can even go to a shop and they'll give them sugar because they know that their money will come. And that money is sent via Airtel and MTN. So the money will come. So even as we age, beyond the amount, we need to also have that asset that guarantees us a certain income, even if it is little. But there is peace in knowing that regardless of what happens, that amount will be available. Okay? Of course, if you have alternative things that will give you bigger money, that is also okay. Now, as I conclude, I think we all agree that retirement could easily be the very best time of your life. But for that to happen, you need to take deliberate steps, deliberate actions for that outcome to come. These actions are taken when you are still actively employed. You do not wait when you are being told that you've got 1 year to begin to plan for retirement. You begin the day you get into that job. Over a longer period of time, the smaller actions that you've been taking are likely to put you in a better place to retire decently. And that is not just for you, but it is also for the members that we serve every day. I think it's our duty as schemes, beyond collecting money, beyond investing, we need to invest in financial education to support people make better financial decisions. Part of the reason why people want to take their money now is because we've not educated them on how they can live more responsibly. Asante sana, thank you very much for listening, and God bless you.
Thank you very much. Let's appreciate Brother Shedrabi better than that, ladies and gentlemen. What a presentation, and I think my take home from me is that in Uganda they bury daily. We learn new things every day. Just before you leave, maybe you can take 1 or 2 questions for Brother Sajabi before he leaves the stage. We'll start with Irene over here, and then you can take 1 more question before we introduce our next speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sijabi, for sharing a lot of life experiences. Mine is a comment and a question to the floor. Has anybody come across one of our sponsors outside with a product talking to exactly what has been presented here? Has anybody? There's one of the stands by the exhibition that I sat with a lady and she spoke to me about lifestyle planning, and they help people plan for their future. They put people in social groupings. You don't have to retire to the village, by the way. You can retire to Mombasa. With Aptak members, we can form a group and start planning to retire here. So I came in with a brochure. If you haven't, please check them out. They are called Pension Club, and they are right outside. It's an interesting product. Thank you.
So there's a gentleman over there. Thank you, Irene, for that. Please, let's make sure we visit the stands. I see more hands. We're coming back there. Let's make sure we take advantage of the stands that are still there so we can get to understand the products and the services that they are offering us. Thank you for that, Irene. Thank you so much. So we can go to the gentleman at the back, and then you can take it. I don't know if you want to take one at a time or you can just have it all together. All together, all right. So we can have the gentleman there, and then Kwame will take it through to the back. I think we have lots of hands back there. I can see Zabulon there as well. So let's start from there, Kwame, and then we can move. Thank you.
Thanks so much. I think it has been very hilarious, but also it goes deep into our hearts and minds to listen from you, friend and brother from Uganda. One thing that we've realized is that we are planning for things that seem not to concern us today. I think we have learned a lot from your conversation, and I think you have triggered a longer conversation that may not end at this conference. One thing that I think has triggered my thinking is that we have welfare groups on WhatsApps, but transforming them into, for instance, an insurance cuts on the costs and plans us better. I think it's something that we can adopt. We can look at the value, and in the long run we will ease ourselves from the burden that we have. If there are 50 people in a welfare group and you do not know when these things will happen, why not go for a cheaper cost? Look for the providers so that you ease the troubles that come. At times there are people who contribute and joyride, but it happens that you are actually not contributing, but fate befalls you, and some people may not contribute. At times people only have 2 or 1 parent remaining. There are 50 of us. If my father and mother dies within 2 years, what is the point of me contributing in the near future? But if we have a product, we are all committed into it. And maybe the perks and returns are better if it is done in an insurance format. Something that we can take home, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your wonderful presentation. Actually, it really relates with the current life that we are living. And I personally, I have taken a lot of insights from your presentation, and I agree with, if not so, 95% of what you just talked about. Now, looking across the room, I think average age is about 45, thereabout or more. And in your presentation, you said if you save early, the compounding benefits vis-a-vis somebody who starts saving at the latter ages, right? So the information or the message was home, albeit I'll really request that for this thing to be really embedded in our society and being the key players in this pension space, can we, as administrators, trustees, and stakeholder players, advocate for early education in terms of uptake and saving for our retirement? Because if at my tender age in the primary, secondary education, financial literacy is embedded in me, it will be very easy for me in my latter ages to start saving early. Rather than speaking to this age group, you know, we are in a panic mode, time is catching up. So when you tell me about saving, I'm chasing a lot of bills. So it really doesn't really resonate. So can we embed this education at the early ages so that as somebody grows, it will be very easy to assimilate the culture of pension saving as he grows old. And also constant trainings, and even in employment space, once you get into employment, that is the first bit of the orientation in the employment space. So it's much of a comment. So we can really explore onto that aspect and strengthen our pension. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that very wonderful presentation. We learnt a lot, as others have said. Mine is just a question, 2 questions. One, how many schemes are there in Uganda? And then the second question would be, where do you invest? And how are the returns? Because we have a good market in Kenya where you can invest, so I'm just suggesting. Thank you.
Any more? Okay, thank you so much for the presentation. I think maybe I have an observation, maybe a reaction, and one question. Maybe first of all, I think maybe out of that presentation, maybe how are you accommodating the generational gap? Like, are we still actually making policies that worked for us in the 80s or 70s? And I'm saying this in this aspect. I think I was actually having a report at, maybe I might be wrong or right, at how people are saving nowadays. When you come to the collective investment schemes in Kenya, I think it is growing almost daily. Talk about the money market funds, the fixed income. But now the question is, who are those people who are investing there? Maybe is it flexible to them so that they can actually invest, save easily, and have access to it at any time? Or do we still want actually to force maybe a generation that does not actually resonate with what used to work in the 80s? That's number one. Like, how are we incorporating them? Number two, and I think this is something key, who are making this decision for these generations? Because if you have a look at most of the decision makers across Africa or even Kenya here, you will find that there's that gap, that maybe what worked for them or what they think works for them will not work for all of us. And I think this is also a soft challenge, even in the Aptak leadership. I think is that right now is the best time for us to incorporate that generational, not actually change, but let's accommodate people having different views on how we can actually solve the situation, or maybe on how we can actually tackle the issues that we have. Because it's like we are I think there's a one madam who said here that a presentation was made like for the very first time 3 years ago. It is not working, but we still want it to work that way. I think somebody said that way, that something is not working, instead of us actually, now I think right now we should not even think out of the box. It's time for us to throw the box. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sajabi. I think the presentation was interesting, but from the explanation and the reality looks a bit contradictory. And is contradictory in the perspective that NSSF Uganda is giving out a lump sum. But following your presentation, there should be strategies on converting lump sum to pension. Because if you give 2 billion Uganda shilling to somebody who's been contributing, then it means there is an economic shock in their lives. So for them to adjust, by the time they are reaching optimal adjustment, the money would be almost halfway. So I think from governance perspective of NSSF and the government, they need to see how they can convert the lump sum to a pension, so that the members can get maybe a portion that they can use in meantime as they're adjusting to reality. Because from the example you gave of the guy who wanted to put up a decent modern house, because maybe that was his lifetime thoughts, you curtail by giving sort of a restricted access to pension. Those are just my thoughts. Thank you.
Okay, but thank you. So it looks like that's it. I think most are comments that I appreciate. And without a doubt, when you speak about the groups, WhatsApp groups, that all of us belong to, it's possible to leverage them to do some of these things, yeah? Now, there is often that argument, especially where people say, for me, I don't have parents, why am I contributing if I'll never benefit? The best way to approach it is not from how many people will benefit, no. It's the fact that it puts you in a place where you no longer are throwing away money. Because I don't have a father, okay? My mother today, by virtue of her age, does not even qualify to be covered by that, cover. But I still contribute. Why? Because it is still cheaper for me to contribute 120K once a year, even if I don't have parents who will ever be covered. It is cheaper than me doing it the hard way, where every time someone dies, people are asking me for what? For money. So either way, it makes sense. The comment about giving lump sum and the need to move to a pension, absolutely. And that conversation is actually ongoing. Our sister scheme, the public service pension scheme, for them they give a pension. They have recently been amended to introduce a contributory element, because for many years, public servants in Uganda were not making a contribution. So now they will start to do so. So conversations have already begun on how well do we support members, and perhaps one of the best ways is to move away from the BC, lump sum arrangement to ADB. So that's, that one I'm in total agreement. The thing of generational gaps, yes, it is true. We need to start somewhere. If we can influence the curriculums in our education system to be able to begin to teach people about money, okay? Because we are taught about so many things, but no one ever teaches people about money, how to handle money, how does money work, okay? So perhaps the push for all of us should be in the curriculum, especially beginning in primary school, in secondary school. Could we have some subjects that are compulsory to just teach people about money? And I totally agree that if people are taught at a young age, the outcomes are most likely going to be better. It is a lot more difficult to convince a 60-year-old that what they want to do doesn't make sense, because for the last 10 years, they have been waiting for that moment. Now, for you to tell them suddenly that, no, what you want to do doesn't make sense, is way harder. So yes, it is true that we need to close that gap, and the best way is through education. How many schemes do we have in Uganda? I don't know who asked this here. So, I normally just want to say that there are two major schemes, okay? There are two major schemes. There are other smaller employer-based, schemes, but we have the National Social Security Fund, NSSF, which covers all people employed in the private sector. And it's a mandatory, arrangement. Even if you're contributing to your smaller employer scheme, the law still mandates that you sign up with NSSF. So NSSF is the, bigger one. Our assets are in excess of $8 billion, okay? Then the second big scheme is the public service pension scheme. That is a scheme for people that are employed in public service. For them, they are paid a pension. In terms of the returns and also where we invest largely in the asset classes that were talked about here yesterday. Fixed income takes the biggest share, so that challenge is across the region. We invest in real estate, we invest in equities, but where? In terms of equities, by the way, our biggest percentage is invested in Kenya, Nairobi, yeah? So the opportunities that you're talking about, we're already taking advantage of those opportunities. So we've invested, I think, over 40% of our equity portfolio in Kenya, okay? So if you talk about the companies like Safaricom, Equity, KCB, we've invested in all these. In terms of fixed income, we've also invested in Kenya, government bonds. We've also invested in government bonds in TZ. I think we are the only foreign pension scheme within the region, leave alone those that may be far, that are investing in that market, because the Tanzania market has been a bit closed. But yes, we are investing even in TZ. Our returns as NSSF over the past 10 years could average about 12%. There are times when we've given 14, 15, 10. there's a time when we gave the laws of about 7, but we average about 12. Yeah. So that is that. I think that's largely it. Yeah. Thank you very much. God bless you.
All right, thank you very much. Let's appreciate Bwana Sajabi. Thank you very much for that insightful presentation. Thank you very much. Just a small in-house announcement. There is an excursion form that my colleague Mr. Kwame will be taking it round. Kindly fill it. The hotel needs it for those ones who will be going for the excursion later on after this session today, ladies and gentlemen. Without much ado, ladies and gentlemen, I want us to go to our next speaker, who will be handling enhancing operational efficiency using MOCA. Mr. Timothy Mukoba, who is the co-founder and chief commercial officer at Systec Tech Limited. Let's welcome him, ladies and gentlemen, to take us through this wonderful session. Asante sana. Once again, there's an excursion form that is going round. So kindly fill it for the hotel needs it for the next session later on in the day. Thank you very much, Bona Timothy. Over to you.
So good morning. Thank you so very much for having me. I will go straight to my session, having picked up from where my good friend Sajabi has stopped. Okay, so I'm here to talk to us about enhancing operational efficiency using MOCA, which is MOCA. Enhancing operational efficiency using MOCA. And I want us to start by looking at this picture here. And the bulk of us here are trustees. We are trustees. And tell me, what are you seeing there? When you look at that, these are a group of trustees, very sharply dressed, and they are receiving a compliance certificate. As a SG, you are talking about the objectives and all. So they have received a compliance certificate from their regulator. This is not, Chair, this is not our RBA, okay? But they've received this from a regulator, which means the scheme, this XYZ scheme here, is compliant with the regulator. So we can look at a number of things. Matters financial compliance, tick. If you have to look at their investment compliance and performance, if you have to look at them being compliant to the investment guidelines of the regulator, tick. We'll look at the actuarial soundness of the scheme. Again, tick. If, say, you look at them being modern in terms of their ICT systems, tick. In terms of their ICT control, security, performance, you know, we are talking about the cyber security, all those issues, tick. Regulatory filings, they file their Form S3s, everything is tick. So they are happy. They've received a compliance certificate. That is one end. That is a high. All right? Now, let's go forward. Look at that. So who are you seeing there? Very stressed, right? Extremely stressed. But within that office, within that same office, you are seeing the compliance certificates on the wall. That SYZ pension fund is compliant with the Retirement Benefits Act. And they have a seal. And you can see this man here, you can imagine, if like from the village I grew up from, the people who are working are the ones who used to buy nyama kwa butchery and all that. Ofisa amekula mzuri, si ndio? Lakini huyu jamaa huku stress, anafikiria sasa nikirudi nyumbani nao ule jamaa wa butchery nitamlipa na nini? He is stressed big time. And now when you look at what is written there, it is showing this is a pension officer XYZ pension fund. Your benefits are yet to be processed. We will notify you once they are ready. Okay? So now, what are the things that are going on in his mind? Dissatisfaction. Okay? Benefit processing delays. He's thinking about that. There is a public scrutiny and trust deficits within the pension funds. Okay? And I know we've had a lot of conversations about the informal sector here and all that. So part of the issues are the trust deficit that we have to grapple with. Then there is unfair treatment. Maybe he was told for him to come, another person came and they were paid their benefits immediately. So he's wondering, why me? Am I being discriminated? What is it that is going on? Okay? Then lack of information. What is this scheme all about? These computations and benefits, I don't even know what is going on. By the way, truth be told, very, very, very many people get into pension funds and they contribute and contribute and contribute, but people get to know, or they really get interested in what happens in the pension funds when they have a few years to retire. Huh? Yeah, when people are in their 20s, in their 30s, they don't even give a damn. Pension, that's what people say, right? But when they're about to retire, because there's no information. I mean, the other day I was talking to some auditor, and he told me he has audited pension funds for like 19 years, but he does not know yet, as an auditor, understand how interest is computed. So he has an opening balance. There are contributions there. He just checks his contributions. Did they come in on time? Did they come in on time? Yes. And then there's a figure there. You're being told this is your interest and a closing balance. So all you do is you add. If the numbers make sense, fine. But this interest itself, how was it arrived at? Nobody knows. Lack of what? Information. So this is the experience of the member. Now we ask ourselves, what is the blind spot? Because see, on this end, you have the trustees smiling, happy. They have a compliance certificate, all right? And on the other end, you have this man, same scheme that is compliant with the regulator, so stressed. So what is going on here? There has to be a blind spot. Right. Right. Exactly. Absolutely. That's what we are. Okay? In fact, I have a friend of mine who is around actually. The mother is a teacher, so the mother retired June of last year. After today, they don't even have an inclination of when they are likely. Just to add to give credence to what you're saying, Chair, they do not have even an inkling of when they'll ever get their benefits. All right? Good. So now the question that we want to ask ourselves here, where is the blind spot? Because there has to be a blind spot. There has to be a blind spot. Because as trustees, we can sit pretty. We are happy. We are compliant. You know, all the nice things we've talked about here. How we can get into alternative investments, how we can expand everything else. All those things are nice. But the question is, who do these pension schemes exist for? For the trustees? No. They exist for the last mile, which is that member down there. And when we talk about all these glossy, nice things, if that member there, down there is dissatisfied, then we are missing the point, okay? So now, so many pension schemes can confidently demonstrate full regulatory compliance. They have audited financial statements every single year, done with the big four. Everything is all good. Approved governance frameworks, done. We have modern pension administration systems, done. But then, the same schemes, on the other side, members continue to experience what? Long and unpredictable benefit delays. You have statements they do not understand. Members don't understand. We have inconsistent service outcomes. There is no predictability in the kind of service you're going to get at the end of the day. That one is not there, okay? And then, yes, you can log in complaints, you can raise issues and all that. They'll be logged, yes. But in terms of resolution, will it be effective? Will it be done efficiently? We will have that. So where is the blind spot? The blind spot is here, okay? The compliance outcome blind spot. Compliance on this end, but when it comes to member outcomes, we got a problem. And that is what MOCA is about. That's what MOCA is all about. So what is MOCA? Just introducing this. Now MOCA is a member outcomes compliance audit. It is member outcomes compliance audit, yes, which is an outcome-based assessment framework that is designed to evaluate whether a pension scheme delivers fair, timely, understandable, accessible, and trustworthy outcomes to its members. That is what MOCA is all about, okay? So MOCA reframes the central audit question. See, right now, we are after what rule followed when you're doing this. Did you comply to the objectives? Did you do this? Did you comply? Those are the things that we follow. But rather, we should also be asking another question. We should be asking another question. Did the members actually receive the outcome they were entitled to in a manner that was fair and dignified? That should be the question that, see, you've retired and then you're told, now you've been working all these years, alafu unaambiwa wewe mzee, tena umekuja. Nini mbaya wewe? Kila siku unakuja hapa, what's wrong with you? We will pay you your money the day it's ready, we will pay you. As much as you get paid, how will the member feel if that were to happen? They don't feel good at all, okay? So MOCA does not replace the financial, the IT or regulatory audits. It complements them. It complements them by addressing what the rest do not measure. The lived experience of a member. That is what MOCA is all about. So, the traditional compliance focus to the reality from a member's lived perspective. So, if you have to compare the two, just high level, I could pick a couple of points. One, in terms of regulatory compliance, what do? We tick boxes, right? Tick, 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 tick. But then the member is still complaining. From a systems perspective, we have very, very modern systems, and they're doing a lot of work, and which is a good thing. But then, what do we look at? Uptime. We look at performance, security, ICT audits, but benefits are still being delayed. Members don't get this on time, in as much as we have all these huge investments in ICT. In terms of investment, when you go as trustees to the board, what happens? You're talking about benchmarks. Yeah, you're chasing benchmarks, you're chasing conformity to RBA guidelines, but as a member, I don't understand. All these things, what does it mean? In terms of governance, it's board minutes, members, but the members' trust is still very, very low. So, MOCA then, what it does, we got a number of pillars in MOCA. We have a number of pillars. I'm talking about 5, but we got a couple of others, but I'll talk about the top 5 pillars of MOCA. Pillar number 1. Pillar number 1 is accuracy and benefits integrity. Accuracy and benefits integrity. Here, the question that we ask is, are members receiving correct benefits? calculated accurately and paid in full. That's number one. 2, there is timeliness and predictability. So if you say that you're going to pay the members, say in 4 days, is that predictable? Is that consistent across the board? Or some people are lucky, they may get paid, others don't get paid, you're not sure what happens, okay? And number 3 is clarity and understanding. Is clarity and understanding. Do members understand their benefits? Do they understand their statements? Do they understand the options without having to rely on intermediaries? So as a member, if I'm retiring and there are options that I want to have, I'm thinking about income replacement. Do I have to rely on an intermediary, or these are things that I'm able to do by myself, okay? Number 4, accessibility, dignity, fairness, and equity. Can all members, whether they are urban or rural, young or elderly, access services without undue hardships? And are outcomes consistent across regions and all the demographics? And then lastly, there is a trust, there is redress and voice. Trust, redress, and voice. When things go wrong, are complaints resolved fairly, quickly, and transparently? How are things resolved? Okay, so now this becomes the pillars, they become the pillars of the member outcomes compliance audit. And now, so as trustees, as pension funds, what then do we get out of this? What do we get out of this? Because everything is data driven, everything that you have proactivity. Number one, using MOCA, then as trustees of pension funds, one, you come up with a member outcomes scorecard. It will give you a member outcomes scorecard, a simple comparable view of the strengths and the risk areas as you deliver the services and the outcomes to the members. 2, you have a member journey heat map. Now the journey heat map, it shows the journey of a member in each of the processes from when they're starting, as they start, as they are being served. Do you everything flowing nicely? If it is not flowing nicely, then where do we have a bottleneck? So that as trustees, we can be proactive in addressing where these challenges are. Number 3, you have the early warning indicators. You've got the early warning indicators. So it will highlight the risks before they escalate into public crisis and political intervention. So before you get there, all these things that will make people say, these pension funds, you put your money there, they're just going to eat your money, they're going to mess it around. Then we have the early warning indicators so that we can deal with it. Right now, most of the governance that we do as trustees is reactive. But with MOCA, we want to shift these to being proactive so that we're able to deal with this. Then lastly, you have a governance assurance statement. So the objectives that you're talking about, the governance issue that you're putting up, then this will give you, so that you can demonstrate leadership actively by overseeing that member outcomes are not just internal processes. Okay? So that is what you get to deliver from MOCA. Now, MOCA what does? It now delivers proactive board and see already governance, and it now moves. Because right now what we do, you'll find most pension schemes, what do we have? We have a customer service department, right? Yeah? We have customer service department. Those are the people who are concerned with dealing with issues to do with the member experience. But should that be the case? Really? It should move. What MOCA proposes is that we should move these from customer service, it becomes a board governance issue. So that now the trustees ensure that they are actively tracking the members' experiences. I know this is not in the regulations, it's not part of what RBA follows through, but the charge to us as trustees, as we live this Aptak conference is to sit as trustees and get to have deep conversations on how we are to start focusing deeply on the member side of things. Why? Because pension schemes, we are not short of regulations. We have a lot of them. But what we do not have, we are short of measured trust. We are short of measured trust. That is the issue at hand, and that is what we need to actively engage in to make sure that we get to the next level. So one, we need to move process compliance. Tell us what the rules were followed, but as we do that, then we think about outcomes. What is the outcome confidence? Two, the system performance. How is the system performing? But how are the members experiencing this technology that we are pushing forth? All these things that we are doing. What is the experience of our members? Then number three, we move away from defensive governance. Because, right, that is rife. Move away from defensive governance to demonstrable stewardship. That's what we need to do. So get to know this. MOCA is not just another audit. It is a leadership. It is a leadership instrument that we are proposing. So very short. MC told me to don't take so much time. Made it short and sweet. All of that is in here. Briefly, let me talk about it. We have this book here, and I need to put it this way. I've been in this industry now for 26 years. I've been in this industry for 26 years. And as we do this, I'm a software developer, but I've spent time to get very deep into pension. So I understand pensions, I understand pensions appreciably well. So, and what I realized is across Africa, all these jurisdictions, we do not have a standard, a book, a reference manual that one can be used by practitioners on their day-to-day basis. As trustees, if you wanted to understand pensions, what would you read? Is there anything you can read? We do not have anything that we can read. You get that? So, that's the reason, the motivation behind writing this book. And this book is giving you an intersection from the very beginning of what is a pension fund all the way to member management, contributions, benefits, taxation, the intersection of fund accounting, investment, and this, what I've talked about, MOCA, is actually chapter 23 in this book, all right? So we've got a book with us. You can take our contacts. Anytime we can have further conversations. I couldn't bring out everything in MOCA. Is a conversation that we are pushing across Africa so that the entire retirement industry gets to adopt this. So in the 12 markets that we are in Africa, we are pushing this conversation and we're pushing it pretty hard. So thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
And indeed, it is a conversation that needs to continue. Thank you very much, Tim. And kindly, let's give a round of applause for his attire. This is someone who has taken his time to dress well and do his presentation as well. I'll take one or two questions for Tim, please. I think with that exemplary for our presentation, we could have a question. Kwame, kindly, we can have for Bwana Lazarus there, Asante Sana, and then we shall continue from there, please. Asante Sana, Tim. That was a very, very lovely presentation, short and sweet, like you said. Asante. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bwana Mkoba. I think the presentation is nice, but I'll two comments. Number one, you are opening the analyst in me when you say it is not RBA Kenya and there is a Kenyan flag on the table. It may give a misconception. Yeah, I think all of us have seen a Kenyan flag, and the chairman is seated there. So this one, it clearly shows it's Kenya. So I think we need to, because number one, that's an analyst in me. And because I'm also in charge of policy, we need to put things together. I believe the presentation is nice, but it may give a different, because the chairman is there, and before a certificate is issued, it is considered by the board. So it may give a different view. But the right position, I think we need to do something on it so that it speaks the right thing. Because in RBA, we have the complaints unit. Yes? We have the complaints unit that looks at the outcomes. We have in RBA again, the members are free to lodge their complaints on the website. And these trustees know. So that is not news. I think just for the purposes of making the record straight, members can, the book is nice, I have read it. I remember you gave us a copy. I have read through. It's nice. But I was just bringing out the things that may be misunderstood if you gave a presentation to the neighbors, like Mr. Sajabi. When you get this presentation, if he comes to present in Uganda and there is a Kenyan flag and the chairman is seated there, Chairman Retirement Benefits Authority, with him issuing a certificate that is that has not seen the matters relating to complaints, the processes, and the outcomes, we are very particular. It goes up to the board level. And the chairman must authenticate that this is the right thing. So I just felt I should say that, for clarity.
Thank you very much, Bwana Casey. Indeed, very meticulous with that. The Kenyan flag has been highly protected. Thank you very much. Yes, Kwame, we have one more. I think we can do one more. Just because before he gets his question right, there are questions that were lingering about the excursion that we're going to have. The excursion is going to take place from between 2:30 to 5:30. And the places that we'll be heading is the Fort Jesus, the Old Town, and the Spice Market in Mombasa. Just to set the record straight for those ones who needed to sign the excursion form, is that the excursion will be taking place from 2:30 to 5:30 in the evening. The forms are there with Mr. Kwame Nkrumah, my able assistant, who will be able to just take it through for us to sign it. The places are Fort Jesus, Old Town, and Spice Market. Over to you, my brother, with your question or compliment. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Mine will be a compliment to Tim. I would prefer calling him Tim. First, thanks so much for filling in the gap where, apart from the manuals you get from trainee development program Kenya, I think this is one of the biggest assets. I've not read the book, but I saw the review during the launch. And as a team, GDCS RBS, we are going to invest to have this on our bookshelves. Pertaining a presentation, I think you have raised one thing. For the trustees who are here and the practitioners, we have to move away from taking boxes and compliance. In whatever manner that you presented is my personal view that you have hit the spot, the right spot, the R spot, by saying it is not about compliance alone. It is about serving the membership. In this society today, let us focus on the contributors. Let us focus on serving the people. And as a nation, you are also opening another chest of drawers that no one wants to pull out. When you take the leadership position, even our politicians, whose interest are you serving? In a scheme, in a pension industry, what comes first? Good service to the members or just being compliant? Thank you.
All right, thank you for those compliments. Maybe Tim, if you can just address that as well. Thank you.
Yeah. So quickly, Mr. is stepped out? Okay, fine. I think I need to say this. For this diagram here, I'll change that. I'm going to remove the flag and all this. But the point with this, the point that I was bringing across is this. Once the audits are done, okay, once the audits are done, a certificate will be given, but there are things that may not be. You know, the things that happen above what the trustees deal with on a day-to-day basis, interacting with the members. Now, there is that blind spot between the things we're looking at here that RBA would ideally give you a certificate for, because the question is, if a member does not go to RBA to complain, if somebody doesn't go there to complain, but then they have this bad feeling on account of them not having the kind of service or outcome that they're expecting, what do? They'll go and tell the other people. They'll not go to RBA. They go and tell the other people, and they go and tell the other one, and they go and tell the other one. But as trustees, if we now take this perspective and say, fine, we are going to see it, and from today, start having a different conversation on how we're going to deal with member outcomes, how we're going to deal with awareness, how we're going to deal with issues to do with communication and what our product offerings are. Then all of a sudden you find the conversation will change. People will become more and more confident. Even the intervention that we're trying to have in the informal sector will start picking up a lot more easily if we take that approach. And to my friend from GDC, what you've said is actually very, very encouraging. And I want to say this as I close. It will be criminal if you are a trustee to leave Mombasa without a copy of this book. Criminal. Okay? It will be criminal. We have books here. Please, have a copy. Invest in knowledge. Invest for your secretariat. Invest for yourself as a team so that you know what happens. When all these service providers come, you are knowledgeable. Because with knowledge, you move away from reactive governance to continuous proactive governance. That is what we are proposing, and that's what we are proponents for. You can meet us at our exhibition point there. We can have a lot more discussions. Thank you so very much. The Lord bless you.
Thank you, Tim. If I can still just have you there. And indeed, in closing remarks, knowledge without passion is very dangerous. So kindly make sure you have a copy of what Bwana Tim and his team have for us. And kindly at this moment request, we have a small goodie bag for them. I'll request Bwana, our first speaker, Geoffrey, please, if you could come. And also my brother, Tim. Bwana Vice President, if you could have you just present them with the goodies that we have for them here. Thank you very much. Kwame could have the Aptak logo as well, please, on standby, Kwame. Thank you very much. Asante sana. Thank you very, very much. Asante sana. Thank you, Kwame. Asante sana. Thank you. Just come with it, Kwame. All right. Sorry about that. All right. I think that should be okay. That should be okay, Kwame. So you can go to come this side, Kwame. Thank you. All right, just give me some music, Mr. Soundman, as let's appreciate, ladies and gentlemen, that was a very, very lovely presentation we had in the morning. Ladies and gentlemen, that gives us a cue for our tea break, if I can call it that. In the interest of time, I'll kindly request us, if those ones who can be able to get their tea and come inside, so we can be able to continue with our session in earnest. Please, I will use that door. Let's get our tea, then we can come back and continue, because time is not on our side, and considering that it's the last day and we have an excursion, we need to be on time as well. Nitaomba tafadhali, kama tunatoka nje, turudi kwa haraka kidogo. Kama kuna wale ambao wanaweza kuchukua kikombe cha chai na warudi nayo ndani, itakuwa ni vizuri sana. Nitashukuru sana. We have our next speakers lined up, so please let's make haste, come back for our second session of this wonderful third day and last day of our event. Thank you very much. Sound, just give me some music, even as we're getting our tea ready. Thank you very much. We will use that door. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. For those ones who have not filled the excursion forms, please fill them up. Please fill them up as the hotel It's always a pleasure to see you around with us. Asante sana. Sound, please kindly cue that for me. Thank you. Asante sana. Without much ado, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go straight to what we had begun in the morning. This is the third and last day of our, what has been a very captivating conference. First day, the start of it, and then yesterday it just picked up momentum heading into the gala. A lovely, lovely night we had yesterday. I didn't know some people had moves. When you see them looking very serious over here, until you give them something small, and then you can realize who they really are behind these computers and everything. But it's beautiful, all the same. They say all work and no play makes Jack a dull boy. Another just a reminder, if we have the excursion forms that are there, please kindly fill them up. We say that the excursion will be going to the Fort Jesus. We have the old market. Please fill them up. The excursion will be beginning at 2:30 p.m. and it will be heading all the way to 5:30 p.m. in the evening. That's the time that has been allocated for the excursion, and those are the places that we are to go for the excursion. The old town, we have also the Fort Jesus and the old market as well. Those are the places that have been slated for that. Kindly fill that up. The management of the hotel would really need that information as quickly as possible. So without me wasting much of your time, ladies and gentlemen, the rest of us who are still outside will find us going. I want us to talk about reimagining pension governance in Kenya, hybrid innovation in guaranteed and unit-linked investment strategy. Ladies and gentlemen, none other than my brother, Mr. Kevin Barasa, Head of Corporate Sales, Liberty Life Assurance. Kindly, let's give him a round of applause as he's about to give us his presentation. After about that, we shall have a few questions for him and compliments for him, and then we shall continue in earnest. Thank you very much, and I appreciate your presence thus and cooperation thus far. Thank you very much. Kevin, over to you.
Good morning. Kevin. Yes. I have the pleasure of... Call me Barasa. Yeah. Thank you for the opportunity, and I think now that the SG is engaging me, I'll start with a question just to provoke some thoughts in terms of trying to not talk about investments or anything else, but I think there is a missing link that in this room, I think throughout the conference we've been blind to. And the question is, yes, we are saying that as an industry, there's an over-concentration in the not so high yielding assets. But then the question is why? So maybe the SG can try and explain why, as an entire industry, we find ourselves in that particular situation. Mr. SG. Why do you think we are finding ourselves in a situation where, as an entire industry, we are over-concentrated in not so high-yielding asset classes? We saw that over 70% is locked in government, isn't it? Yeah. Nini?
One is a desired show of loyalty to government. Two is, what do you call it? It is that the trustees of pension schemes do not interrogate investors. Three, it is that those who guide trustees on investments, they are only bent on producing their money and not so much caring about the money of the members.
And what do you think is the solution?
It's easy to deal with that one. We have been training trustees since the year 2009, formally. Forget about regulating them from the year 2000. We cannot be told that the trustees and the personnel who are in pension schemes have learned nothing on investments except in the hands of fund managers. We need permission to employ our own personnel inside our pension schemes who are our employees, and we can discuss every change or desire to invest from within and quickly get a solution. It's because the sponsors of our pension schemes would like to be seen to be loyal to an existing government. Not this one, it is all government. But when we have boards of trustees well-trained, who understand their fiduciary obligation, we are certain that we are sure certain changes will start happening.
Thank you. I'll say, yes, I think you are articulating what it is, but I'll try and give a response that is a bit deeper than that. And I think our president here is a scholar. He's a doctor, and I think in that scholarly world, you are not allowed to give opinions, but you give facts that can be backed up. True? So I want to give one of the take-homes to the entire forum and to Aptak at large and try and explain why we find ourselves where we are, and if we don't address it, it will become a cycle that can only continue to come up after every so often. So if I pick on, maybe say on the strategic aspect of things in terms of the academia, there's something known as isomorphism. Isomorphism. So isomorphism is what, as an industry, we are suffering from. If I can try and simplify what isomorphism is by way of giving an example in terms of our day-to-day life. There's this cliche saying that the more things change, the more they remain the same. So even in terms of an industry, isomorphism means that as industry players, as we go around and we go about our duties, responsibilities, and our core mandates, the more we innovate, in the long run, we end up just looking the same in the long run. And I'll explain further. For instance, we've seen that it is more than 70% in terms of concentration in government securities. For instance, if you are to pick 5 to 10 schemes in this room and you compare their strategic plans, you will find that of those 10 schemes, those strategic plans are 70% identical. That ratio is consistent beyond the asset allocation. It's beyond the asset classes and all that. So there are causes that might lead to that. And one of the causes is that as industry players, as a pension scheme, one, you want to survive. And when you want to survive, let's say if you're not performing so well, you'll want to benchmark with who is doing so well. So you're likely to pick a strategy from a different scheme and try to replicate. That's one of the reasons. The second reason is regulation. And then the third reason is more of, as an industry, for instance, if you become a trustee, we all go through the TDPK training, which means that after those trainings and we've been made trustee ready, we aim to do things the same way. So in the long run, we end up just being identical to each other. So it's a systemic issue that needs to be addressed. And just to keep it in simple words is, RBA was established in the year 2000. It means as an industry, it has taken us 25 years to be the same as all the players. So as we sit in this room and try to divest from the 70+% in terms of asset allocation and go for different things that we need to do, then it means that if we don't address the core issues in terms of how we do our trainings, in terms of how we do our regulations, and in terms of what we do in terms of how we want to thrive and survive, then it might take another 25 years to be having a different complaint again to be addressing in terms of saying, as an industry again, we're in a pitfall that we need to get out of. So my challenge to Aptak, to the trustees in this room and all the industry players is, as we go to diversify and get alternative assets and all that, let's take time and understand that term that I've thrown out there called isomorphism, and try and address systemic issues that make sure that it's not a cyclical issue that we shall be dealing with, but it is progressive, because this life comes in levels. The past has served us up to where we are. Now we need to be growing to the next level from strength to strength. But if we don't do that, then it means that we'll be going through cycles, and we will be like on a treadmill that after every so often, we are coming back to address some issues. Also, before I go into my presentation, the other thing I want to bring out is there was a talk of alternative assets. And some of the studies that I'm doing center around climate change and financing. And I think late last year we had our president complaining about climate financing. So some of the facts are that by the year 2300, humanity is likely to be extinct because the temperatures will have risen to levels whereby they cannot be able to sustain human life. That's the sad reality. The other sad reality is that if today humanity stopped carbonizing the environment, it will take 1,000 years for the earth to reset to what it was. So then why am I bringing up these issues? I'm bringing up these issues because there's an opportunity for what you call climate finance. Because for climate change to be addressed, there are three options. One is stop emissions, or come up with measures to control the emissions. And that's now that control is where the issue of climate finance comes in. And that climate finance now gives the pension schemes an opportunity for those assets that you can invest in to contribute towards climate finance. So it's an area that also, as the pension industry players, you might want to look at, and the assets that they give very good returns. So then I will now move to my presentation in terms of why I'm here today. What I intend to achieve, just basically not to suggest an alternative asset, not to suggest an alternative fund, but just to try and open our eyes in terms of how do we adopt better governance to make sure that we are able to be resilient in terms of how we run our pension business. I'll start by introducing the company Liberty Life. I think I'm with some colleagues, if they can just stand and wave. I think I have. There is Eric, there is Onesimus, we were quite a number. And this G. Okay, fine. So, yeah. Good to know, thank you. So I'll introduce the company. We are part of the Standard Bank, which operates in Kenyan space as Stanbic, but in Africa, most of our origin from South Africa is Standard Bank, but in Kenya, Stanbic. In terms of the insurance arm, we are two brands under one, Liberty Life and Heritage. Liberty looks after short-term business. Heritage looks after short-term business, which is general insurance classes of business, and then Liberty Life looks after life portfolio. In terms of footprint on the continent, we are in the East African region. I have mentioned that our origin is from South Africa. Then I'll not take too much time because I don't want to be that small thing that stands in the way of your excursions. I've touched on the products, and then now the name Liberty means freedom. So our purpose and goal is that we want to enable financial freedom to the people that we serve and interact with. So to the topic of the day, I'll be touching on hybrid innovation. And for one set, I want to clarify that when I talk of hybrid, it's not within what we are used to in terms of combining guaranteed and segregated, but more so having a touch or a feel of what you call unit-linked. And unit-linked means that we are giving a product or a solution. We should think about solutions that are market-driven and dynamic in terms of adaptability and responsiveness, depending on how the market is behaving and responding. So the reality is that as trustees, more so trustees for guaranteed pension schemes, there is pressure, one, to preserve the integrity, financial integrity of the pension schemes, but also ensure that in the process you're preserving that integrity, you are giving returns that are lucrative and preserving the value for the members of the scheme. But unfortunately, it's binary. You are either guaranteed or segregated. And in terms of regulations and governance, you have so little input. For instance, a guaranteed scheme as a trustee, you don't have a say on where your monies are moving to. And that is unfortunately that you just have to accept what the approved issue or the fund manager gives, and then that's what you try to package and push to your members as if you worked so hard for it. So what we are giving now today is more of an alternative way of making sure that as a trustee you are involved in the day-to-day running of the business and having a say in terms of how the funds are being invested. So it's not about the product, it's not about the regulations, but in terms of how you want to govern your investment structure so that you have some more say in terms of where the funds go, and you also have the responsibility to ensure that the right thing is happening at the right time, and also in terms of now that fiduciary responsibility, that you are also being responsible for something that you have a say in, as opposed to being responsible and yet you have mortgaged all your powers and authorities to a different person. So it is not about which fund is better than the other, but it's more of how do you want to structure, how you do your investments. And this is where now the issue of hybrid comes in. So you can go into any fund or all the funds that you might wish to deal with, but you need to have a framework within which that you come up with a governance structure that makes you ensure that as you play in those various funds or various markets, there's something that is guiding and giving you more of knowledge and ideas of how to choose what to choose, when to choose, when to enter and when to exit, so that you're able to run away from what is not ideal and you're able to appropriate values from what presents itself as what will be ideal for the market and for your scheme more specifically. Having said that, then as trustees now you need to come up with a governance architecture, because as the topic being hybrid means you don't have, I'm not here to demonize a guaranteed scheme, I'm not here to demonize a segregated scheme, and as I've explained, how did we end up where we ended up? Yes, all that is on the table, it has all its relevances at given times. When the market's performing well, people tend to demonize guaranteed. When there are economic shocks, people tend to demonize segregated. So what we are proposing and what we are suggesting is you need to have that agility and adaptability to respond to various different market shocks and market prevalences, to make sure that you are dynamic enough to respond as and when. So in terms of the model that we are proposing is hybrid in the sense that you can have your fund, yes, and in that particular fund, you can have a portion of it going to guarantee. And beyond the market shocks and market performance, for instance, if you have like an aging group or an aged group, then you might want to be a bit conservative in your investment so that you can be able to meet the going concerns of the pension scheme. But now beyond that also, now you go for the unit links to be able to pick on the opportunities that prevail in the market at any given time to make sure that you don't lose out. For instance, yesterday I think our investment was presenting about a return of about 20%, and everybody was surprised. Most people were shocked because the current structure does not allow you to play in those spaces most of for the guaranteed schemes. But what we are proposing is that now you can be able to play in those spaces, but now in this particular case, there's a lot of responsibility that now shifts to most people in this room and who are the trustees, because now you'll be involved in the actual decision making and will have interest to see how the decisions you are making are communicating to the financial returns of the pension schemes. So the model comes in 3 components. The first one is if you want to protect your capital, then you just go guaranteed and be conservative and continue being in that concentration space, which, as I said, I'm not demonizing, but it's good. Most if you have like an edge scheme and you are just kind of playing it safe to be able to meet the going concerns. Then now if you want to grow your pension scheme, then it means that you might want to keep part of that pension funds into readily available cash that can be able to appropriate the various opportunities that emerge. But most importantly, the third layer is about governance layer, which now gives the trustees authority and power beyond just having to go by what your approved issuers or fund managers have to throw you away, but having a say in what happens from day to day. The key differentiator here is that it's in the governance rules. And so far it materialized that I've not touched on regulations, and I think from the very first day, Director Simba mentioned that the key strategy lies in the governance. It's more so, and it's more of how you do the things that you set out to do, and what instruments have you come up with to guide you in the process of how you want to do it, so that you avoid issues of just doing guesswork or just being responsive or reactive as opposed to being proactive to the market dynamics. Also, as trustees, there's that key responsibility that is bestowed upon you and is on your shoulders, that if anything goes wrong, then you're the port of call in terms of those tough questions being asked. So what you are suggesting is that as you make your decisions, we help to model and develop a framework that can help you to guide you to come up with the decisions that are informed and approach that in a scientific way, as opposed to just already unexpected inflation that was forthcoming when that guy stepped into power. What is happening now in terms of the regional laws that are going on have just enhanced the risk of that inflation happening, and also in terms of those turmoils. Nobody right now can accurately and correctly predict what tomorrow presents. So we are in a guesswork environment. So in such kind of environment, then the question is, how do you protect your scheme? So in such an environment, you might decide, let me now pull back from being aggressive, let me pull back from those other high-yielding assets and being more conservative in my ways, and preserve until when the right environments present themselves. The other aspect why now is that inflation. I think this week we saw an increase in the fuel prices, and when fuel prices increase, it almost goes without saying that the cost of living goes up instantly, because fuel is what runs most of the things that we spend on for our livelihoods. Currency depreciations, with what is happening in terms of those geopolitical tensions that are going on, it's not far-fetched to imagine that we shall have a shortage of dollars very soon, and with that shortage, then it follows that we shall have inflation. Yielding is a bit erratic. There are those that are giving high returns, but in terms of sustainability, nobody can accurately predict that. Then lastly is there's increased regulatory requirements on the trustees, that you are compliant to ensure that you are safeguarding the welfare of your constituents who are the members of the pension scheme. So in terms of these dynamics that some of which I've captured here, then you might want to have, or it is necessary and the time is right to have an adaptive investment framework that helps you to be relevant in terms of market dynamics, and also deliver on your fiduciary responsibilities, preserve the integrity of the pension scheme, and make sure that your finances are growing. Our value proposition as Liberty is part of the theme for this conferences that are moving from strategy to action. So the things I'm talking about is not theoretical, is not on paper, but I think at Liberty we have that solution. And the other thing I want to mention, which has come up across so much, is that we don't have guaranteed. Yes, I think it was a strategic decision a few years back just to go and take a pit stop and re-engineer a few things, but yes, we are back. And we have those guaranteed provisions. And as I finish, I would like to welcome my colleague Eric to come and just finish off by taking us through what solution it is that we are putting on the table to be considered in terms of giving that hybrid model that ensures that we are adaptable in the ever fluid and changing economic environment.
Asante sana, makofi kwake. This is where now hiyo part yako ndio nacheza kidogo. Thank you. So I want to start with something very important. And why I'm saying very important is because Dr. Kill is not looking at me. Yeah, thank you. Now you're looking at me. I wanted to get your attention, Dr. Keeley. You see there you're passionate about what you're talking about, social responsibility and what you should be able to do. Can I be very honest with you? Somebody else did exactly what you're doing today. And in 1957, he was called Donald Gordon in South Africa. Today as we speak, Donald Gordon started what we call Sandton City. Do you guys know Sandton City? It's the richest square mile in Africa. Guess who owns it? Liberty. But it's not just Liberty, it's pensioners' money. And his main goal was, because he saw his father retire as a senior manager in a coffee farm, he always assumed, you know the way you're growing up and you assume that huku ni kwetu. Because the main house at the top of the hill, your dad lives there, so you've never asked questions. Your dad asks for this and you get it and everything was okay until the day Mzee retires and bang, hatuna pesa. And the dad started looking for another job. And in 1957, the young man decided at the age of 19, there's something missing between people working and people getting the outcome of what they did during their working life. And he started Liberty at that point. And the main thing he did that actually changed the world today and has actually touched me, and I call myself a son to him, not because I'm being paid a salary there, but reality is I am a big believer that when you connect people with what they're supposed to do and give them a purpose and show them with passion, they'll be able to follow that. And we have been able to do so. And at Liberty Life, we are very keen on making financial freedom possible. And in our journey, I will talk about something simple that we do. I know he spoke about the unitized funds, and this is what we have currently. We have the Liberty Life Umbrella Fund. Then I'll connect with that story. So please, tusipotezane mahali. I'm going to connect that story for 1957, Sandton City, and this, and why we exist as Liberty, or why I wake up every day and I'm very energetic to go out and do what I do. Number one is because through the unitized fund, we have what we call the conservative fund, we have the balance fund, we have the aggressive fund, and recently at the end of 2023, which is beginning of 2024, we were able to start the cash fund. And the cash fund that we started was able to deliver good returns. Just as an example, I'd just like to mention that in the year 2024, you can see the rate of returns that we had. Under the aggressive fund, and this is what you're talking about, we had 25.2. Balance fund, 23.7. Conservative fund, 25.4. And the cash fund was able to deliver 14.9. Come to the end and see what we did in 2025. The same funds, aggressive fund was able to deliver 21, balance fund 18, conservative 15, and the cash fund was able to deliver 10.6. Of course, a simple explanation is that we all know what happened with cash and treasury bills and bonds and the discounts that have been given so far. So that is why we are where we are. But reality is this, that even with this, you have the ability to move from one fund to another. You have the choice. I remember there's someone who mentioned here, I think, was it Mashira? I think he was the one who mentioned that he has the opportunity to choose where he wants his money to be invested. And that's what we are calling upon you to also introduce the same. And we will be able to walk the journey with you to show you how to help people to do that. And how do we do that? We do it very simple. We have a financial literacy program called Mind My Money. And I'm happy to be championing this. And Mind My Money financial literacy program is the connect between what you desire and where you are. So the action point is what we do. And that action point is being able to deliver a properly structured financial literacy program. I dare you, check the market if there are other people that have a properly structured financial literacy program. And if they offer it at the cost that we offer. Can I tell you the cost? Can I tell you the cost? To Najibizana. Okay, thank you. The cost is very simple. It is your man hour. Whether you are our customer or not, it is just your man hour. And all we need is just an hour per session. So what we've done, we've been able to split it into 6, and the 6 are, 1 is on budgeting. Oh, by the way, before I go through this, is there anyone here who went to school and they were taught how to take care of their own money? Is there a topic like that? If you remember, okay. Who here went to Brayside? No, I wonder where those children are. Nani alisoma Brayside? Brayburn? Peponi? Okay, acha niteremke. Dagoretti High? Moi Girls? Aya, bado wako hapa. Kwani hawa watu walienda wapi? Walipotelea wapi hii dunia yetu? So you can imagine, when we all went to school, we were taught to do one simple thing. Take care of other people's resources. And that's why some of you are called trustees. Some of you are called what? Administrators. Some of you are called what? Financial controllers. But whose resources are you controlling? Do you apply the same principles you apply in that company that you work for, that business that you work for? Do you apply the same principles in your own money? And that's the question we bring to you today, because that's the biggest challenge you and I have. Because if you were to apply the same, I tell you, you would get the same results that business gets. You would actually get the same results for yourself. Now, what we do, we came to realize that people don't even know how to budget. Let's start with that. People don't even know how to, sorry, did I press something, or did someone move my slides? Please go back to the Mind My Money part, tafadhali, because I'm very sure I didn't press anything. Now, we realize that people don't know how to budget. Simple plan. All of you here seated here, I am sure, if I came to your organization and you're the one in charge of finance and training, and I told you we want to bring a financial literacy program that will cost you $1 million for this year, and you had not planned for it, it was not in your budget, the simplest answer you would give me is, not in the, but what are you simply saying? No, sindikweli. Now let me ask you, when it comes to your own money, how many things do you do that are not planned for? Oh, let's start with this. Do you even have a plan? So budgeting is very, very important, and that is why we call it Me and My Budget. We personalize the entire process just to make sure you understand how to do what? To budget. Secondly, we talk about Me and My Income. How do you manage the income that you get? How do you manage the lifestyle that you're living? And here we are not just talking about you sacrificing everything, you suffer, vashati moja. We want you to live and enjoy. But what we want you to avoid is regretting. Remember how our fathers and mothers used to tell us that they carried us on their backs, they wore one shoe, yet ulimpigia viatu rangi pea ngapi? 3. But sasa kikuitisha pesa anakuambia alivaa ngapi? 1. Alivaa shati ngapi? 1. Nani alikuwa anampigia pasi? Ni wewe, na unajua alikuwa na 5. They're just regretting because they never planned well. That's what we need to do. The other thing we talk about is debt and debt management. You know our people are choking in debt. We all know. Our people are choking in debt, and it's the choices they make, and just because they are not fully informed. So this program helps us to actually even make sure that our people are well prepared for the shocks in life, and also make the right decision concerning borrowing. Did you know there's a difference between credit and debt? Debt is what you owe, credit is what you're permitted to borrow. If I was to give a simple example, and this is very normal for many Kenyans, if today I'm a member of a SACCO, savings and credit, and I normally contribute 10,000 per month. And after 1 year, I'm told I qualify to get a loan. Now that I've saved 120, I can qualify to get 360 in many cases. That's how. Then I'm given the calculate 11. Do you know what you've done to yourself? If somebody else was to afford to pay the loan at 10,000 and continue saving at 10, in another 3 years, that person hamtawahi onana tena. Utafikirianga ulirogwa, but it's the decisions you made. And that's where we come in, so that we help our people also understand that by the time you're borrowing, you need to see and measure yourself whether you have enough credit worthiness to be able to borrow. Then the next thing we talk about is me and my insurance, and this is to demystify the place of insurance in your financial stability. When Ezekiel was talking here, something hit home, that one day, majority of our expenses when we retire will go towards healthcare. And if indeed that is what that will happen, and people will spend almost 40 to 50% of their income towards healthcare, why don't we invest in medicine and hospitals now? Because that day is coming. So what does that mean? As you're earning dividends and you're spending, it's like you're taking care of yourself by giving people money to do what? To go and design and do all those things with hospitals and medication to take care of you, and your money is not depleting. That's what you're talking about. Start thinking a little bit better. The place of insurance is very important. Then again, we talk about me and my savings and investment. Savings is totally different from investment. How do I save and how do I invest? And finally, my favorite, we talk about me and my new retirement journey. Retirement is no longer about age, ladies and gentlemen. And somebody spoke about it here very well, that you can actually retire even at 35. Opportunities. Just because of the war between Iran and the US and Israel, there are people, whatever they were doing, it's no longer there. There are people we have seen after 2020, Corona, the jobs they were doing, technology took over 100%. So what does that mean? We have a 42-year-old who's retired. They will never get another opportunity. How long does it take for us to get jobs or to flip jobs? Nowadays, hata hatuachiliangi kazi mpaka tuko sure. I was even told by another HR, never try to do those things for counter. Ati, wananiitia na hii, unatisha huyu mwingine, utafukuzwa, there are other people waiting. Actually, nowadays they say they can actually hire 3 other people and replace you one person. With how many other people? 3, because the waiting list is longer. How do we plan for retirement? And can we start looking at retirement as a reality? That it will come, we will live long, and we need money to continue. So this is what we do, and I am open to receive invitations to your organizations. We speak the simplest language so that your people can be able to understand us. We, from English to Kiswahili to Sheng to Shembeteng and any other language, as long as people understand what? As long as people understand money. Because I can tell you for sure, financial freedom is a possibility, and that's what we are doing. Finally, just to give you an overview of what we call an asset mix of what we do currently with the Boresha Maisha Unitized Fund or the Segregated Fund. If you look closely at what we call the first one is the Balance Fund, you see 71% goes to bonds, equities is only 21%, and bank deposit of 8%. And that is what that was able to deliver for us the numbers that you're seeing here. The most important thing I need you to take note of is the asset mix. It's very important. So even as we come to your offices and we talk to you, we'll be able to share all this, and I'm actually even willing to make sure that this is distributed to all of us so that we get a view of what it is that we do from our end, just to make sure that we guarantee your money to keep on growing, and at the same time also expose your money to opportunities that we thought were not working. Finally, as I close, there's something that is happening in the Nairobi Stock Exchange. And I don't know if you've noticed, that new app that you have for Safaricom, the M-Pesa one, what is it called? My All-in-One or something. Now, ZD Trader, if you listen to the CFO for Safaricom, what did she say? She said that in the last 12 years, NSC was not able to raise more than 1 million active traders. They were able to only raise 200,000 active traders in the stock market. Today, as we speak, from the time they launched it, in 1 month, they had an extra 200 active traders. The target for Safaricom, and you and I know this is a reality and they will do it, is that by the end of this year, they will have 1.4 million active traders. It is activity in the stock market that brings the growth that we expect to see. Because there's somebody who's just selling because of 1 shilling, there's somebody who's selling because they've earned dividends. And that rate of activity is what that is required for any market to be vibrant. Remember yesterday, the other day on Tuesday, when you were talking, on Wednesday, sorry, when you were talking about ESG, we said one of the things that we need to do going forward is to make sure that we also make decisions that can support sustainability and growth and revitalize markets. And that is what we can do, because I feel we have a lot of idle capital. If you were to actively engage it, we would actually be able to earn and reap a little bit more than what we have. Ladies and gentlemen, in the last 5 years, these are the returns we've been able to give. For conservative, on average, for the last 5 years, our customers have been able to earn 77.2% in the last 5 years. In the last 5 years, balance fund, 73.5, and the aggressive fund, 77.6. This is cumulative for the last 5 years. If you're not earning anything better than this is the time to start asking questions. I told you I'll tell you the story, the connection. Sir Donald Gordon, 1957, Santon City. Today as we speak, we have pensioners who are very comfortable in South Africa. Today as we speak, there's a new city being created in Saudi Arabia. It's 200 meters wide, 170 kilometers straight. It's a glass, 500 meters high. It will accommodate 9 million people when it's completed. The population of Saudi Arabia is almost 35 million. Will be 35 million by the time it's completed, but only 9 million people will afford or will be able to go in. Do you know who are the people investing in such? Pensioners outside Saudi Arabia. That offer has already been given to them. No cars, nuclear energy. What else do you think? Controlled temperatures. Leo mnaweza amua tunavaa vest. Tapata noko tu na tuntutu zetu tumevaa vest. Controlled temperature. Hakuna jua inawachoma, because he said it very well. By the year 2300, we might not be there because of the environment. Then we need to start doing something. Sustainability through what we currently have. Rather than hoarding, it's time we considered our values. For now, then we start gaining the value that we want. So this is what we do. I love making financial freedom a reality and a possibility. Invite us and we'll be able to talk to you and just plan in terms of how we can be able to deliver this. Asanteni sana, God bless you all, and looking forward to interact with all of you. Great.
Thank you very much. What a dynamic duo, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give it up for Eric and Bwana Barasa here. Kindly, Eric, just before you go, kindly, if they can just have 2 or 3 questions in the interest of time before we invite Bwana Simba to take us through his session. We can have 2 questions, please, for this wonderful gentleman that have given us a very wonderful presentation on behalf of Liberty. Please, kama kuna maswali tafadhali nitaomba tuweze kufanya kwa haraka kidogo. Asante, I can see Madam Bai pale akona swali. We can also have one more gentleman. I saw a hand somewhere here. All right, Kwame. All right, over to you, gentlemen. All right.
Thank you for your very well thought out presentations. To the first speaker, I have a question. I'm a trustee, and I was just wondering why you feel that trustees are literally pushed to invest in assets that they do not understand. We are expected to summon the fund managers, have discussions with them, so that we understand what asset we are investing in. I don't think we are necessarily pushed to actually put the money that belongs to our pensioners in assets that perhaps might not make sense to us. And that is why I believe there is quarterly meetings, so that we understand how we are doing in the responsibility we give them to invest on our behalf. And if there's any need for us to exit, we ensure that we understand if there's any exit point or any exit provision. So I do not know whether the implication that you have said here applies to maybe all, but I know from the point of view of my pension scheme, we are very particular. First of all, because we are a closed scheme, and we cannot take chances to just invest in things we do not understand, because the money has to be available, so that when we want to do withdrawals to pay our pensioners, it is there. So maybe you can help me understand what you meant. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We have one more question over here, one question over here rather, and then we can hand it over to you, Bwana Barasa. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. I think the the issue about asset selection, maybe we need actually to think further. For example, and I'm happy that in this room, I think we have two distinguished members of ISIFA, and I thought that maybe FFA, Ayabei, who is in the room, could actually speak about it. I don't know if at all it's a right time now actually to have investment professionals to be mandatory, maybe in schemes, either as part of the investment committee or as part of the investment advisors. Because even as we blame the trustees, most of the pitchings are actually made by number one, either fund managers or individuals like you. Of course, it will actually be wrong for trustees just to take everything that you say or that the fund manager says because you have vested interest. I think it's the right time for us to have independent analysts or investment advisors actually to work in tandem with the board of trustees, and there's that gap. Whereas we've actually gone ahead and professionalized the accounting profession where there's limitation if you go to HR and even to the lawyers. But under this case, we still have that gap. We are supposed to make that decision. Remember, if I speak to schemes that maybe don't have internal administration, areas equity or those other asset classes that people are saying that we can't go, it's not just about having 2 or 3 meetings. It entails a lot of data analysis, it entails a lot of research. So that gap is missing. So I think other IFA should actually come in this industry and actually make those decisions and to go into those alternatives, then their input is needed. And because the professionals are there. But as trustees, personally, I won't actually buy just by the virtue of someone pitching for their products without having an independent, qualified investment advisor.
All right, we have one more question, and then the two gentlemen can take it up.
Thank you so much. Currently, there is a rally, an active rally to move out of this overcrowding we are calling it. Now, my question is, as a trustee, who is supposed to convince me to consider the alternatives? Is it the market, that is your fund, or is it the fund manager? Because if the fund manager tells me that we are investing in this, the 70% on government securities, if they are not telling us the language you are telling us, where do we come in? Who is supposed to convince me? So first of all, convince the fund managers so that they can speak the same language you are speaking. Thank you.
I'll start with yes, you might be in a closed scheme, but there's an aspect of being able to trace and allocate your funds within a larger pool. That's not possible with the current architecture. As it is, you'll meet on quarterly basis or as frequent as the circumstances might dictate, but you will be shown how this approved issue or how this fund manager is investing your assets in line with the regulations. Then it therefore means that you will just have to be comfortable that yes, my service provider is compliant. And as far as the compliance goes, and there are no ramifications that shall come from RBA, then you'll be comfortable that the right thing is happening. However, what we are saying is that you might want as trustees to have a say, and during those quarterly meetings, be able to make some calls and call some shots and say, maybe given the market trends, this particular asset class not performing well, move my funds from this to this. Currently, you don't have that. And hence the need for a hybrid model whereby you can be when you are meeting during those quarterly meetings, you are able to see exactly your exact shilling where it is lying and be able to ascertain that actually I can only be able to make a decision on my shilling within the larger pool so that it can be moved to I feel comfortable. Because for instance, as you mentioned that your scheme is a closed scheme, you might find yourself in a situation where there might be other lucrative opportunities in the market. But because of the nature of your closed scheme, going that aggressive route might expose your scheme to market volatilities, and the scheme may not be able to meet the going concerns of the various needs and demands whenever they fall due. So yes, well done, you're having those quarterly meetings, but your say is only limited. What we are saying is you need to have an alternative, whereby doing those quarterly meetings, you feel like you're also now having an input on what is happening. And as we recommend and suggest this, we are alive to the fact that as it is for this also to take off, there's a lot of capacity building that needs to be done at trustee level, so that when you're going for those quarterly meetings, you're able to analyze and understand and synthesize what is being put before you, so that you are able to give an informed decision to it. Hope that addresses what you had asked.
Thank you. I appreciate what you're saying, but the trustees are not limited to believe the fund managers who would not give us flimsy reason. We go beyond that. Because we do not sleep, we also read. Our minds are open, and therefore we can read what is going on in the market. We expected after the grueling program we go through, we should be able to understand certain things so that we can query the activities of the fund managers. We can say, okay, why can't we exit when we've not been doing well? And why are you not giving us a reason why you're not performing? Why don't we exit to the next product? So we are not limited, and our minds are not shut down to that just because we are a closed scheme. We are there to make money. We do not have any other alternative. So the assets we have, and any other that can offer us a best income, we would request that we move. But we need to be advised according to the RBA's requirement. We are not experts as fund managers. They should be able to guide us correctly. So that is what I wanted to clarify.
Thank you. I think as I conclude with you, I move to the next one. Just to close on that is that, as you rightly put it, you request...
All right, just finish up on that, Bayasa. Then I kindly, in the interest of time, kindly if you could permit me, ladies and gentlemen, because I'm also trying to be very keen on my time. I think we can also have engagements later on. So I'll kindly allow you to respond in kind to Madam, and then for the gentleman, kindly, in the interest of time, then we can have an engagement with him. We can also have a sit down with him and just get to address to his concern. But I'll let you finish with Madam, and then we shall move over to Bwana Simba, who is waiting there, please. In the interest of time, because of the excursion as well. Thank you. Thank you.
Just my closing remark that, as you rightly put it, you request, as it is currently you request, but what we are proposing is that you decide, as opposed to requesting. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Let's appreciate Kevin and my brother. pension fund governance, trust capacity, and fiduciary excellence. Ladies and gentlemen, in the interest of time, please help me welcome my brother, Bwana Godwin Simba, the Executive Director at Finet Trust. Makofi kwake anapokuja tafadhali. Let's appreciate him. Asante sana. Thank you very much. All right. Over to you, Bwana Simba.
Good afternoon, everyone. If there is a way that we are being set for failure, it is me standing in this podium at 1 p.m. and also being the chair of programs committee, just to confirm that we are not keeping time. But nevertheless, I want to appreciate this opportunity to share just a few thoughts around governance and fiduciary excellence. I'll not take much time. I will be very brief, and I will just go to the key highlights of my presentation for the next maybe 10, at max 15 minutes. Then we should be able to transition from there. So just to appreciate the fact that as Finet, what we do largely is to offer independent advisory to pension funds, and primarily to support boards of trustees and also public institutions on matters that would help them strengthen their governance framework. And we do that with a lot of passion as independent consultants. We do not do administration, we do not do fund management, but we step in to provide independent thinking to the boards of trustees. And when I'm not, of course, supporting Aptak like today, I'll be probably sitting with boards of trustees discussing about governance audits. I would be talking to them about strategic plans, reviewing their strategies, and most importantly also doing board evaluations for boards of trustees. We also support in policy framework. By now, I'm sure you are aware that we do also run Finet Institute, that is one of the leading training institutions that does capacity building in the industry. And one of the key pillars that we have is global exchange programs, that we do engage with some of the largest pension funds in the world on matters that would help us strengthen knowledge sharing. And I'm glad I've been able to work with some of the trustees in the Kenyan market, in Uganda, Ghana, to travel to these destinations or to these big funds to just have some thoughts and also to benchmark with them. We also have pioneered one of the first e-learning platforms called Findemi, and I'm sure if you search that, Findemi, you'll find that we are powering the first digital platform to support e-learning in Africa. And we are looking at a framework where we are cutting the cost for training substantively. So that's our journey for the last 4 years, being able to support different institutions, engagements, and different partners globally from a Finet perspective. So I'll just probably start by saying great boards are about great decisions. And great decisions do not happen by accident. It happens because there's an architecture in place for decision making. And as boards of trustees, when you look at your fiduciary responsibility and all that has been said for the last 3 days, it will boil down to how best you're going to implement those discussions you've had in these forums, or also driving your fiduciary responsibility in a manner that your members will be able to engage and relate with you. And they say, if you don't have a great board, then probably you have a bad board. And a bad board is like a matatu that doesn't have shock absorbers. Everybody will reach the destination, but the journey will be very uncomfortable, and some passengers will step out. That is the flaw when it comes to governance as a board of trustee. And as we engage today about fiduciary excellence and also matters of governance, it will boil down to how well as trustees you are able to streamline your strategic priorities in the scheme. I'll also note that out of all the issues that we've discussed,
And out of all the engagements that you'll ever engage as a trustee, it will only boil down to three things. One is how well are you investing the funds for the member? Number two is how well you are administering that fund efficiently. But the last bit is how well you are actually advising your members, or also the ability for you as a trustee to be able to interrogate advice and also apply that advice. You can't do that if, number one, you do not have harmony within the board. If you can't do that without having a strategic plan that will put you together to be able to have a unified way of thinking. Also, you relate that in boards, it's all about stakeholder engagement. So if you do not, or if you are not able to manage interests, and interests will come from different spectrums, then somehow you may not be able to align. So interests will come from the sponsor, from the members, within the trustees themselves, and even from the service providers. But managing those interests will ensure that you get aligned as a board. But also, you can't do that if you don't have good governance as the foundation of your fiduciary execution. But then as well, it is good to also appreciate that your primary pillar is investments. So one of the things that we always engage is that, I'm sure some of us will go to trustees meetings, and even if you are not doing very well, or even if the market is not doing very well, yet you have high governance in the scheme, your members will not relate with you. You relate to that. You can have good governance, but then if you are not delivering value for the member, they will not be able to relate with you on what you are doing. So investments will be at the core of what you are doing. But then lastly is how well are you maximizing value from your service providers in the fund. And this morning, Timothy spoke about MOCA and is saying compliance outcomes. I want to reframe by saying that in the long run, compliance is just the floor when it comes to governance. But the selling of it is the value you are creating to the member in the long run. So if, for example, you are doing pretty well in compliance, but your members are retiring with an income replacement rate of 10% or 20%, then you have failed in terms of your objective as a trustee to create that dignified life for that member. And most of our strategic plans, when we look at it, because I do a lot of strategic planning for schemes, they always have one line. The vision is to ensure there is dignified retirement. I'm sure you've seen that. But then people don't define what is dignified. What are those parameters that every day when you wake up, you are applying and you are measuring yourself against that dignity? One could be income replacement rate. Maybe another one could be post-retirement. Maybe another one is how well your members are confident to exit that office when they retire. But ideally, that then will mean then you need to rethink about co-creating and also re-engineering your objectives as a scheme. I'll not go into all these details because of time in terms of what are the attributes of governance. And we talk about diversity, board composition. How well are we diverse? Diversity within the board normally would enhance how well we are able to tap into the different experiences that we have within the board. And that also will bring in the element of how best or efficient are you as a board, especially when you have different people giving different ideas from the experience perspective. But also critical in terms of board composition, the tone at the top is normally very critical. Who chairs your board, who is your trust secretary, and also who sits in the different committees is a critical determinant of how effective you are. They say the best decision a company can do is who they hire as their CEO. Do you agree with that? As a board, the best decision a board can make is who they hire as a CEO. The best decision you can make as a man or a woman is who you marry, whether be the wife or you get married to. So your success as a man is highly dependent on who you've married or who is your spouse, because then If you have a good spouse, chances are that you'll be flourishing. But if you do not have a good spouse, probably you may see the near coming soon, right? And that's also entangled. Number two, committees without powers. They say committees that do not have teeth become just coffee clubs. So you meet for coffee, you discuss, but there is no outcome. So strengthening our committees is one of the emerging issues we are seeing within the confines of schemes, because we spend a lot of money in committees, but how is it, or how efficient is it for them to deliver value to the board by being able to reduce the workload within the board? And I'm sure some of us are in committees where you have a conversation in the committee, but then you see the same member who is asking a question at the main board, and yet you interrogated that at the committee level. So those could be some of the issues. Trustee competency is also very critical within, the enhancement of, the emerging issues within the pension sector. You appreciate the dynamics that are coming on board now requires trustees must be up to date, because your responsibility to make decision is correlated to how well knowledgeable you are. So you cannot underscore that. And when we started earlier this week, we said we need to revisit the capacity for or development for the trustees within the Kenyan pension market. I will agree with you when you tell me that if you are a trustee before and you sit in a board, it is possible that you can easily make decisions if you have been empowered. But then it is also not possible that you go for 6 days training in a year, and then at the end of the year you are expected to make complex decisions. And I initially indicated earlier that maybe the regulator, we need to see how well the trustees are more empowered just than the 6 days that they are being allocated on an annual basis. That requires a lot of thinking, but it can also be fair so that complex schemes are allowed much more leeway to be able to have capacity development within their framework. And I'm sure some of us will agree with me if you are a trustee. Now we have 2 terms, right? Let's push for another 6 days for training so that we get to be able to be empowered better. Transparency is also critical. Our members read details on our annual reports, and it's very important that is also that's provided. And I've also mentioned the aspect of stakeholder engagement that is very critical. So when we talk about governance as well, we're asking ourselves, the foundational level is basic compliance. It is legal accountability and also appreciating our fiduciary duty. But the greatest level we can reach in terms of governance is creating a competitive advantage for our scheme. Sometimes we don't look at schemes, we look at schemes as homogeneous, but we need to get to a level where schemes actually compete and they are able to distinguish their value proposition from themselves and also to their members. And that is where we'll get to what we call the visionary level, where we should be talking about leadership, member centricity, as well as also sustainable impact. Do you know a difference of 1% that you declare to your fund, a difference of 1% you declare to your fund every year for 30 years can make a difference to a member. And it can be a difference between a member retiring in Karen or the lower Karen. You know, there's the upper Karen, the lower Karen. So it can make a difference. That 1% only every year. There's a scheme I did some work for them, and they've been with a provider for the last 20 years. But then when you look at the average return in the market that the schemes are delivering and what that scheme was delivering is a difference of 4%. It was a scheme of around 300 million. But when we looked at the opportunity cost for that scheme not moving to a higher performing investment provider, it was almost 150 million that they had lost for the last 10, 15 years. And we're asking ourselves, the cost of that trustee not making that decision, or that trustee board not switching or changing, was almost costing perhaps that dignity that you are talking about when it comes to the members. So this is the foundation of learning from a technical perspective. As a trustee, you perhaps need to have the technical knowledge. That's a must-have. Investments, legal, even if you are not an expert, but you should be able to have those foundational technical knowledge to be able to understand how pension operates. But a great board will move from technical knowledge to capacity building on issues of governance. How do we ensure that we have ethical decision making within the board? How do we ensure that we understand board dynamics? And I'm sure some of us attend boards that looks like funeral. You get there, it's quiet, it's sad, people are not engaging, they are not debating. And I'm sure we know when that becomes that case. But they normally say that in the long run, good boards debate, but great boards decide. And most importantly, the excellent board will be able to deliver. You can't do that if you don't understand the soft issues within the board dynamics, accountability, and stakeholder engagement. But then in the long run, you must also get to another level. Not from foundational, you move to the governance soft skills, but then the upper side of it is strategic thinking within the board. And I think that will now come into the application of how do you ensure you co-create the members' innovation and also member centricity. So in the long run, fiduciary duty is not just a covenant you have with your members, but it's a legal obligation that should be able to deliver value within your members. Right from the investment stewardship, where we're asking ourselves, do our strategy really deliver member adequacy? Are our members retiring in a way that what they are saving for the last 40 years will make them comfortable in retirement? Are we achieving efficiency within our financial management? Can we be able to correlate and say, as a scheme, we are actually delivering higher than the average return? And when we get those surveys from the market on the performance, our scheme is actually +1 or +2. But if it is not within that sphere, then it means there is an issue around efficiency. Then you go to member protection and also risk management. In Netherlands, we visited a pension fund called APG a while back, and I think I was privileged to also attend with the president then. And they were talking about 4 issues. We are debating always on a daily basis about risk and return. But then to them, they have moved beyond risk and return considerations to now cost and impact. So the cost will be asking ourselves, what is the cost of generating that return? Then the impact, what are we doing to impact the people that we are serving? And that's where now you find things like ESG and climate finance, climate risks. Now, just to move towards the end is to ask ourselves, how can the boards be efficient? And I did a while back. If you go to my LinkedIn, you'll find some articles I normally write. And I really struggle when I meet with the boards of trustees that they are not aligned in terms of how they structure their framework of conversation within the scheme. And I came up with a simple calendar, and I said, at any point in time, if you're a board of trustee, you must be able to map your strategic engagements within the board so that you have a structured way of understanding how things play out in the industry. For example, in Q4, and I've been privileged to work with some of the pension funds where they do strategic reviews. It's a very good thing that a board every year should be able to sit and do strategic reviews. But then also, what comes critical is budgeting. We do have very nice strategic plans in our schemes, but most trustees fail from the word go if they don't budget for the activities within the plan. They only budget for the service providers' fees and perhaps the trustees' administrative costs. But budgeting is a step towards ensuring that your strategic objectives are achieved. Also, setting your risk appetite should come in Q4, but critically, your board performance reviews should kick in. Now, in Q1 of the next, when the financial year is closed, this is now issues that you need to have mastered within your plan. One is, of course, audits, because you do an audit and 3 months you are supposed to submit to the regulator. But there are things that we sometimes do not do efficiently. We do not do governance audits about our schemes. Most of the schemes don't do governance audits. Some schemes will do board evaluation and some may not. But it's critical that when the audits are being done for financial audits, it should go hand in hand with the governance audits, with board evaluation and member satisfaction surveys as a bare minimum. That, in our view, will create a foundation for you as a board to be able to assess what are the feedback that you are getting from the different stakeholders, and then you apply. I would say that quarter twos for most schemes is more about member engagement. You should be able to dedicate that in terms of AGMs, engagement, member educations, and stakeholder engagement. But in quarter three, before we go to quarter four, is where now we are looking at what are the performances of the different service providers we have. Have you achieved the correct or the aligned investment performance? We also do mid reviews for a strategic plan, and also do operational efficiency audits. How many of us do data audits regularly within our pension schemes? And I'm sure if I look around, it's only left to the administrator. But it's a good prudence that efficiency that you do will come also from the data engagements that you have. But then I will not be able to be fair if I don't talk about governance and technology. Because at the end of the day, when you want to achieve the output of your digital ecosystem, should be that you have transitioned from having manual processes all the way to digital efficiency within the scheme. And you're talking about mobile fast access. You are talking about things to do with digital education for your members, transparency in terms of tracking retirement goals for your different members within the fund. But then also capacity building and education is a continuous enabler within that framework. We have tried to work a bit to support some of the schemes on two platforms. One is Prism and one is Findemi. When we launched Findemi last year, we have been able to onboard a few schemes. And some of these schemes who are now on that digital platform have been able to reduce their member education by almost 80% of cost. We have close to almost 200 different lessons on retirement, financial planning, and all that. But when you see the cost of e-learning, it's reduced by almost 80%. We are now piloting what is called Prism, which is a data validation platform for secretariats in the sector, where we empower the secretariats to have a system that mirrors what the administrator have and to be able to validate their data, because we see that as a big pain point within the industry. I want to almost wrap it up by saying there are 6 converging forces that will shape the pension industry in the next 3 years or in the next 5-10 years. Number one is the issue of demographic alignment, where we are talking about different cadres of members expecting different needs or having different needs within the scheme, and therefore the boards of trustees will have to wake up to the reality that application or engagement for our members will have to be segmented. Cybersecurity is also an emerging issue. I've been in the market and I could see some of the administrators now being faced with what banks have, where member funds are being hacked and they lose money from there. AI is coming to disrupt. You cannot do without AI. And if you are not in the space of AI as a trustee board or as your service providers, then perhaps you are still in the old age. We are talking about adequacy. That is now a critical concern across the world. How adequate are the savings that we have? Climate risks is also one of the key issues, and then of course regulatory consolidation that we had mentioned before. I will not go into the details of the different models that we have been able to engage, right from US to Netherlands to Canada, but just to appreciate that emerging issues around the USA now is people talking about ESG. In the US, as we speak, and also in the global north, ESG exposure on assets or ESG asset exposure is almost 20%. In Kenya, we are still at the foundation of regulations. Dutch pension system is now moving towards consolidation, such that it's able to improve the economies of scale, but then also to be able to create a pooling effect within the pension ecosystem. Canada, they are now heavily in infrastructure. And if we want to benchmark PPPs and infrastructure, the best country to be is Canada. And we are privileged this June we are taking almost around a number of close to 30 pension funds to Canada to look at how well have they structured infrastructure. UK is auto-enrollment. That's how they've been able to support and also increase their coverage. So we can be able as a country to move to the next frontiers by being able to create an ecosystem that is sustainable and that will take us to where we are saying a real transformation will be when we are able then to efficiently create an effective systems that will power up member engagement, service delivery, but also reduce the cost of operations. We should be able to increase our member satisfaction. For schemes that have done member satisfaction, their average percentage is around 30-40%, which members return to the trustees. But when you look at on the flip side, the trustees at that point, they deliver to themselves a board evaluation result of around 80%. So you always ask yourself, what is the disconnect that the board feels that they are doing very well at 90%, but the members feel they are doing 30%? So we always have to argue, what is that gap that members don't feel about that? But a good board should have 80% member satisfaction rate, and that should be a metric you can achieve. But then also risk integration is very important, and also and also ensuring that there is efficiency in terms of the leadership that you have within the board. I want to conclude by asking about 8 questions that you can think about as we wrap up this event. Is that, do you have a strategic governance calendar as a board? Do you have a framework that guides that engagement? Number 2, how do you differentiate between strategic issues and administrative issues as a board? When you look at the barometer of decision making, at what level are you focusing on strategic issues, and at what level are you dealing with operational issues? And if you are a good board that is very solid, you can be able actually to gauge from a decision making perspective. How about technology? Are you investing budgeting on technology as a scheme? Leave alone your service providers. As a scheme, whether you're a small scheme, a medium scheme, technology is critical. Then, of course, issues to do with investment philosophy, I don't want to go into that. ESG is also critical in terms of where are you in terms of ESG. But then, as well, understanding your retirement preparedness for your members. And then, of course, the adequacy targets. I want to wrap up by saying that at the end of the day, as a trustee, you are like a parent to money that isn't yours. And for children you may never have, but then they will judge you after 30 years in terms of how well you are acting as a parent at that point in time. So let's be good stewards and let governance drive our strategic value creation within the schemes. Thank you very much, and I still apologize for taking us through an afternoon session. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Let's appreciate Bwana Simba for trying to. I was almost feeling for him as he was running out of breath. Speaking is not easy. Let's give him a round of applause. That was a really, really lovely presentation to wrap it up. That was quite something. That was kunywa maji tafadhali. That was quite something, ndugu yangu. Let's appreciate him better, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, I wish I could read as fast as you.
Blessed us all the way we have stayed here, wherever you stayed. Those who are staying in the Pride Inn, those who stayed elsewhere, we thank God that He's been able to secure, safeguard, and protect you, to bring you here and take you back, and also that we have stayed and have not had anybody being taken ill, and that is, we thank God. I want to appreciate the Secretariat of two, Boniface and Irene, and also I want to appreciate the committee chaired by Godwin Simba that prepared and arranged for this conference this year. May God bless them. We want to thank them so sincerely. And I want to thank the chief guest, the PS, the Principal Secretary, Public Service and Human Development, Dr. Imbunya, for her presence, creating time to come and open this conference for us and bless it. I want to thank also the chairman of RBA, Mr. Abdi Mohammed, who came and graced this occasion and also has stayed patiently
in utmost good faith, listened and appreciated how we conduct our businesses. I want to thank also the CEO of RBA, Mr. Mashira, his team. Case is here, Dr. Shemo Uma. Thank you so much for being here and for your able, well-articulated presentations. I want to thank the president of Aptak, Jose Akili, as the president of the institution, and also for his presentation about social security. Ladies and gentlemen, the other day, I think a year ago, I met the CEO and group MD of Equity Bank, James Mwangi, and he shared with me something that we need to think about. That people who retired from Equity, some of them went to live in absolute poverty, particularly those who didn't have families. So what he has decided as an institution, he has built a home. It's like a club, a golf club, but also a home which those who wish within Equity family can define it as their retirement home. It's a village somewhere in Ruiru, and so it is important also that we think about as an industry. There are people who may not be able to define where they will retire to. So how can we assist them to have a home? We need to invest in retirement homes for those of us that may inquire. So I want to thank Dr. Kili for the presentations, and also all our facilitators that were ably blessed to articulate and present to us new knowledge, new wisdom, and new areas, spheres of the industry that we need to see and appreciate. Thank you very much, each one of you, and may God bless you to continue to have that ability and capacity to give us that new knowledge next time. The panelists that were there yesterday were Richard, Lee Sinkuku, Eric, and the rest were, and the moderator, Sospita. Thank you so much for that captivating discussion, panel discussion that were extremely useful and informative. I want to thank Edwin Root of KPLC. On the second day, he made some very great comments. In fact, I was asking him to make the notes to be available for us to be shared to each one of us. I can't forget the sponsors of this scheme. All of them as listed at the back of the program. CPF, Damana, Lindsay, Zango, Invest Cent, but I hope next time there will be Invest Shilling, ICA Lion, Liaison, SBM Bank, Liberty, and Heritage. The young men from Heritage and Liberty, there's some new knowledge, some information they have given to us. And I think we need to take cognizance and use that in knowledge to add value to the service delivery that we give to our members. I want also to thank the exhibitors out here. They have, each one of you passed through there. Next time they will be our sponsors. Above all, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you as our valued, valuable delegates. The blessed, valued, valuable delegates who came. If you didn't come, there would not have been any conference. So I want to thank each one of you. May God bless you today and forevermore. And as you go back, God bless you together with your families, and invest in being a member of Aptak. And also, if God blesses you with what you think is new knowledge you want to share, please forward it to us. You will be considered, be invited, be availed an opportunity to share that what God has blessed you with. I want to thank the MC. He's called what? I saw his name is it's an interesting name. Haywood and out of good. I'm not sure whether it's out of good is going to the fire. I don't know. That, but yes, yes. Oh my, President, thank you so much. Hey, good, thank you so much. We appreciate this gentleman, particularly last night. I'm niliepa sikupata credit, so but I think we appreciate this gentleman. Can we clap for this gentleman, Tafadhali? Yes, it's a great man. I promise as a person and from where I sit that God willing there is an opportunity, you will be considered favorably. Thank you so much. Then I want to thank the Pride In group. The services we have received, I'm sure nobody is complaining about food, about everything else. It has been excellent. So can we clap for the hotel? Thank you so much. I want to also want us to clap for the chairman of RBA is here, Abdi Mohammed. He has stayed with us the whole time. Tafadhali. And he's a very proactive person. I've interacted with him since we met. Friendly, wise, understanding, and I think from him, he's going to push, during his tenure, the industry to even higher levels of growth. Thank you so much, Mr. Mohammed, and we wish you well in your new mandate. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to finish by appreciating that the 2026 Aptak 5th Annual Conference has been a very successful engagement. And I'm sure the president is on, you should be coming, Mr. President, to come and give us the points, takeaway points. But I am sure this has not been a talk show. There are knowledge that we're going to use and apply, particularly what Simba's just said here. And I think we pick it up from there so that we add value. And there's something that, whether it's, I think it's Dr. Killy or somebody else who said, the bottom line is, are we able to give dignity, dignified retirement benefit to our members? I think that is where we should call it up. And there is the issue of, like where I come from, there is the issue of non-remittance. We need as an industry to unify our power, our efforts, to ensure that institutions that recover, deduct, and do not remit, we use the necessary processes of our power, of our unified power, to ensure that through RBA and other agencies of government, we are able to get the resources to the schemes, to trustees, to be able to process. So, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you so much, each one of you, and may God bless you today and all the days of your life. I want to finish with this quote. There's a statement just came across. Yeah, it's in Proverbs chapter 16, verse 3. It reminds us this way: commit to the Lord whatever you do. So what we have done here, there is commit to the Lord whatever you do, and He will establish the plans. So what we have presented here, I am sure that God is going to bless the proposals, the plans, the suggestions that we have made over these 3 days. And I pray to God that one. The next is this. As we leave this conference, let's carry with us a renewed sense of purpose, Kenya's pension sector has come far from the fragmented schemes of yesterday to a regulated industry, growing, anchored by the Retirement Benefit Act, and guided by sound governance. But the work is far from done. Millions of Kenyans in the informal sector still retire without safety net. Sustainable value creation is not investment philosophy. It is a social contract. And a measurable outcome are not just for auditors and regulators. They are the evidence we owe to every member who trusted us with their future. Let's go from this room, from strategy to action, from intention to accountability, and from policy to pension that changes the life of a Kenyan family. May God bless you all. With this, then, I want to humbly request the president of Aptak. But before that, we have the secretariat. Mr. Boniface Mwangangi, the secretariat. I didn't mention before, I think you had worked out. And where is your colleague? Oh, you can do that.
No, you have to be here. Comrades, we are almost coming close to where we are. I taught you a circumcision song half in the morning. I would not like to say more about it, but I would like to do something gracious. I have council members inside this hall. The president is inside, the deputy president, not the impeached one, is present. We cannot forget the owner of the money is inside here, the treasurer of Aptak. Those are all council members. The chair of the programs committee, which arranged this program, is also a council member, is inside this hall. I request all the council members, with great respect, to please come forward and take up a picture with the secretariat. I will thereafter introduce the secretariat. Irene Bonge, this is your hall. Caroline Koech, this is your hall. Christine Yakwar, she might be somewhere. Ken Morema.
Let's appreciate them, ladies and gentlemen. Kindly let's appreciate them. They've done a wonderful job. Thank you. Over to you, SG.
Thank you. Just hold on, person, don't move away. Inside this house, where we are, the chair of the whole pensions industry is in the house. This photograph cannot be complete without Abdi Mohammed.
A round of applause for Bwana Abdi Mohammed, our chair. Thank you, Chairman. Asante sana, thank you.
I thought, unless it is to be repeated, I made a request to a council member to come. I can't see all of them here. But I am aware John Ayabe is inside this house. And I thought to have made a request to him to come forward.
Mr. Ayabe, please. Let's appreciate Mr. Ayabe as he joins them as well, ladies and gentlemen. We don't take his presence for granted. So I think we can just get some space for him. It's a bit squeezed. Tutasonga nyuma kidogo. And we will have Bwana Ayabe there as well. Thank you very much.
Probably my mistake was not to state he is the founder member of Aptak. I apologize for the omission.
Another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. Asante sana.
Now, the council members and the chair may have a rest. You, the secretariat, are not council members, are not released from here. You please be here, though you are not council members. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like you to recognize these young people. These are the makers of what we have today. When you find yourself to have been found wherever you are and invited to be here, it is these brains which worked on it. They would look for you as a delegate. They will remind you to come here. They may have done or missed to do even any one of them. Where anything was missed by them, I take responsibility. Please accept my apology for it. it is me who missed it. But these are the think tanks. Where you see you have a program, where you see you have an arrangement for any service inside this hotel, it is these people who made it happen. If you permit me, I would like each one of them to personally reduce or open their voices for you to know their names.
Good afternoon. My name is Carol Koech from Posta Pension Scheme.
Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, Ken.
My name is Kennedy Morema from CPF.
Good afternoon. My name is Irene Bonge from CPF Group.
Good afternoon. My name is Irene Odongo from Aptak.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, that action is deliberate. Aptak is not my house as Secretary General. The house has got owners, and the owners have seconded all these staff to assist Aptak to manage the activities of today and all in the future. Any one of them you will access. They will give you any information that you may desire or you need about Aptak. And may God bless you all. Yes, sir. Just wait 1 minute. 1 minute, just wait. Yes. Amen. Have you heard that appeal from the president? The request is, you who has not heard and the one who has not heard it in a loud voice, all of you as members of Aptak, you should, with time and at times, please second some staff to Aptak to assist us as and when we have need for certain activities that we are undertaking. We recognize Telposta, we recognize Postal Corporation, all those two pension schemes and more university, they have done exactly that in previous occasions, and we have been assisted. PSS has also done the same. Serikali saidia na Mungu awabariki sana. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Asante sana. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. It is in this, sorry, let me just get this. All right. Thank you. I'll kindly request Mike to please come and, Mike and Tim Kwame, kindly let me have the podium. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly help me put our hands together for our SG for that wonderful presentation. Wapi makofi ya SG. Asante sana. Bwana SG, and also thank you very much for entrusting me to be part of this wonderful, wonderful event. Thank you very much, Bwana Vice President. Bado kidogo naomba podium iweze kukuja. The podium, please. All right. Asante sana. Let's appreciate the gentlemen for the good work they are doing as well. Asante sana. Let's have it there. Asante sana. All right, ladies and gentlemen, kindly let's help me put our hands together to welcome our president, Dr. Jose Akili, the CPF Group CEO and the GMD, to do the reading and adoption of the conference resolutions.
Good afternoon, delegates. Good afternoon once again. My name is James Sombi. I work with CPF. I've been privileged to be the rapporteur for the 5th annual Aptak conference.
Good. So if you can screen whatever we have captured from the last 2 days, 3 days now. Okay. So if we have left out anything, members, you can point out whatever has been discussed and the feeling about it. Yeah. So that is the number one to what?
Yeah, so we've done 15 presentations, 2 keynote speakers, and 2 panel sessions.
Yes. That's true, members. I think we just had the last one here by Liberty, and also something by Liberty, and also something by Finet.
Yeah, number Rapporteur by Godwin Simba on
Philip.
Yes.
Yes. So that is what we have what we discussed since we came here. And it was very enlightening to listen to all these kind of discussions. They elicit a lot of responses. Unfortunate is that maybe next time, one of the learning things, what we learn here is that we need to possibly compress or reduce topics for discussion. Because I realize people are not having enough time to ask questions and comments. So maybe that's something to take home. Now, the second conversation was on the PPP engagement, and I know many of us are not very familiar with how is this PPPs work, but I think after what Christine from PPP Directorate did, I think many of us now understand the investment opportunity available in PPPs. The only challenge I know, of course, is we don't have adequate capacity within our boards and trustees, and also the resources to be part of such investments, because it's normally big ticket investments. But if we work together, and if I remind you about last year's resolutions, which we also discussed and agreed that we need to have a sort of infrastructure fund created by Aptak, which of course we are heading there. Maybe I take this opportunity to confirm that we have been engaging with our partner Cardano from Netherlands, who is supposed to assist us in setting it up. So we never dropped the ball. It's going on. Yes, it's going on. We just have a bit of a challenge with agreeing with them how they should provide us with resources to the Secretariat to be able to create the engagement, aid the investment in government paper or in the stock market So you can take comfort. So you can take comfort and maybe trustee that there's enough de-risking there. Enhancement, which the Mana Guarantee Company disappearance very soon. That's a fear we company disappearance very soon. That's a fear we should. So when you don't include green investment in your portfolio thinking, you are contributing to the same problem. There will be another conversation maybe next time, and I think it was touched on ethical investment. I know we have called it here Sharia compliant. I know Premier Bank did it, and some of us, we are investing in that. But basically, ethical investment is becoming a big issue, because how can you say you are a very good person and you can take pride in that? You are a good Christian, you are a good Muslim, and whatever else. But your investment is into dangerous products which kill children, drugs, and many things like those, even armaments. So those are some of the issues which have come up here, and you need to consider them in your investment policy. Legislative reform on the Retirement Benefits Act. In other words, we have discussed many changes we want to be made in our legislation, RBA and so forth, so that there are many things we can do. Okay? So basically, where is the future? Do we support it or not? Now, incentives for consolidation. I think we have seen, and I think we received a presentation from Robarelia about challenges of very fragmented small schemes. When you have a board of trustees which is same like for a large scheme, yet the expense and the funds are very small, then you ask yourself, what are you trying to do? There is a lot of acumen in the interest of consolidation, and this should be incentivized. I know in a country like ours, we prefer incentives as opposed to compulsion. And the NSSF Tier 2 there's a whole big question around it. Why is it that we cannot can we have a total exemption from Tier 2 for all registered schemes? Why do you have to go through this process of opting out? You know, it is creating a big problem for the occupational schemes and even the umbrella one. So we need to move with one voice and ask the government to just make things simpler. So an amendment to the NSSF Act to make it simple exemption for anybody who is already registered and has benefits better or similar to what NSSF is offering. Then we have this big animal, unremitted public sector contributions. The private sector might be a history. There is a problem here. In the county governments where we also operate as CPF, we have such a huge problem. It's almost reaching 100 billion in combination of principal and interest. So we are trying to tackle this one, but I think we need an overhacking legislation to deal with it. The universities have the same problem. So it is very embarrassing for government itself, which is the epitome of good practice and also obedience to laws. For the same government, through so many institutions which government controls, to be having unremitted debt. So we need a resolution around that. Of course, pension fund covenant, trustee, fiduciary responsibility, these are things we need to do on our part. If there are things you do which are not meeting the best practices and of this kind of the fiduciary responsibility, then we need to do something about it, okay? And we need to consider members' interest. How do we consider members' interest, particularly on adequacy? There are issues which can do on that one. Of course, my favorite subject, which I think I presented, I hope and I believe I convinced you that the future for the informal sector is not the voluntary contribution route, but a structured arrangement where we utilize all of us, our tax, which is enforceable, to actually deal with this problem. Informal sector, that's the same thing. I think, again, I've mentioned about adequacy, so let's leave it there. Annual, the issue about expense ratio disclosures. I think RBA should go further. I know they keep certain statistics, but they are keeping it to themselves. If only they could make it open to everybody. I believe when we submit this information, they can make it open so that on their website, when I want to know how everybody is behaving, we can compare notes. And I think that's how we shall create gender compliance. Because people then say, I'm the worst one of these hundreds of them. So I should come up there. I like this one, the post-retirement, the digital financial literacy. Unfortunately, one of the problems we have, of course, as Kenyans, they say if you want Kenyans not to know anything, put it in writing somewhere. They will not read. But they are very good in reading their social media. Groups. So I think we should put this information on the social media. Very wrong. I think we need to do that. Social media engagement with this information. I hope we can gauge it in such a manner that our young people can do it so that our leaders can read these things. The post-retirement benefit solution. Medical is good, but there are many other things also we should consider for this. Why don't we have post-retirement annual holidays fund? You guys, don't you think you want to sit in the house and just enjoy? You want to go on holidays, you know? And many other solutions. Some of them are encompassed through that club there, which we have come up with. I don't. Nobody has done promotion for it. Pensions Club. Kindly join, and then we can all come up with very creative ideas. It was done. Very good. Now this one, I like this one. many times, because you know, when you look at, people say Aptak, then people know, they know the president, they know the deputy, they know SG. But we don't have staff, by the way. We are just Najidanganya. We only have one lady here called, this man likes calling her Mama Aptak. Everything you want Aptak to do cannot be done by just those two people. So we need resources, and we need, in the initial stages, if we can have ourselves supporting a committee to make follow-ups, so that it doesn't become a problem of the president. Because tomorrow, Kisha took us from the scene, and the deputy also leaves. Who will do the follow-ups? Leadership must be engendered amongst all of us, and I'm happy when I had the introduction yesterday or the other day. I was very happy to see trustees have attended this function fully. Trustees mujipige makofi. This is your association. Waambia wale wengine wenye wajaingia waingie. The more we are, the better. Si ndio? Na mkiwa wengi ya kutosha. In fact, in the next dispensation, we'll be requiring that when we look at members, we have Teleposta, we have KPA, we have Kenya Pipeline, blah, blah. We will be displaying the assets under management which are in this room. That's when people take you seriously. India, how much do we control? But how do we control it? How much weight? For example, another conversation which I want us to have. Now all of us are investing through nominee institutions, through our custodians, in many corporate institutions which are listed in the stock market. How many of us are directors in those companies on behalf of pension schemes? None. Senior, I can tell you it's time. I think, Simba, you talk about governance. You can help us here to drill down, and we know how much we are invested in, for example, EABL, how much are we invested in KCB, and then we go and write a petition on behalf of our members and say, where are the directors who represent us in these institutions? Mnapenda hiyo maneno? Yes, and then we can become in such a meeting, and then we select and say, where are the representatives in Kenya Pipeline? Where are the representatives in Senior? You see how these are things people do, and then we control things. Tuko pamoja? Good. Now, with those things I've said, and you are seeing them, would you see anything which you don't want to approve as a resolution of this meeting today? Yeah, I'll go by exemption, so that, because everything else looks nice to me. Is there anything you don't want to push forward here? Anybody who has an opinion about what they have seen here which they don't think should proceed and be taken up as a resolution of this association? Konoju. I don't see any hand. Okay. How many are for there that we pass all these which have been listed and captured as resolutions of our 5th annual Aptak International Conference? Konoju. I think the highs have it. And with those remarks, I want to say thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Tupige makofi huyu kijana wetu. So, the man Haywood, is he still around? Okay, SG. What do we do next? Because we are, Mr. Haywood. So, anything you want me to do, Aladdin?
No, I'll just call the rest of you. We have a small cutting session.
Okay.
Then we can call it a...
So maybe what I do is, I will simply, because I might not come to speak again, you allow me to declare that this conference successfully comes to an end now, after this cutting of the cake. Sindio? Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, let's give our president a better, Bwana President Tombo Baki kama amesimama. Tafadhali, I also want to call Bwana Mwangangi aweze kuja. I also want to call our Deputy Vice President waweze kuja. Mike and team Tombo mweze kunisaidia na hii keki. The sound team, just give me some congratulatory music. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, this is the 5th annual Aptak annual international conference that we've had here in Akut. Let it just come. We can have the cake here. Mike, we can have the cake here. I'll kindly request our Bwana SG, Bwana President and Vice President to be up at the podium, please. Asanteni sana. Yes, and also some ladies. I think Irene from the. All right, the chair teleposter. I'm being told the chair. Kenya Pipeline, wako wapi. Let me have them. We also need some ladies over here as well. Kenya Pipeline, teleposter, where are they? Representatives from those ends as well. Thank you very much, Irene. It's really good to have you here. You guys have done a remarkable job. Bwana SG, you can come. Asante sana. Thank you very much. Nitaomba msimame hapa kwanza. Irene, come join us. Please. Asante sana. Let me have some ladies as well. Thank you very much. Let's appreciate them as they're coming, ladies and gentlemen. Let's appreciate them. Asante sana. Thank you very much. All right, so what we'll do, tutashikania wapige picha Bwana SG. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, as they're doing that. Asante sana. Give me the music, DJ. Asante sana. Thank you very much. Kata. Gekiria Aptak. Kata. Usiogope. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Let's appreciate them, ladies and gentlemen. Asante sana. All right, tunapoondoka papira, thank you. Make sure you get a piece of the cake at least. And remember that this is a thank you for the Pride Inn Hotel. We are saying thank you very much for always believing in their services and indeed they've done a very, very good. Remember, everyone who has signed up for the excursion, you're going to be picked down. Thank you, sound. Everyone who will be picked up for the excursion will be picked right at the hotel entrance right after your lunch, ladies and gentlemen. For those ones who had signed up for the excursion, remember that you're going to be picked out right just outside the hotel after your lunch. Ladies and gentlemen, do not forget that, and we pray that you enjoy the excursion. And well, indeed, it has been a very lovely conference. Let's keep enjoying. Tuende kazi. Let me have a lady from SPM, please. nitaomba Bwana Martin aweze kuja kutuombea na kutufungia kongamano hili kwa neno la ombi tunapomalizia. Ladies and gentlemen, asante sana. Bwana Martin, kindly. All right. And please, when you get out, please use that door where you'll be able to get your lunch vouchers as you step out for your lunch. Remember also, the excursion team is being picked right outside the hotel entrance. Nitampatia Bwana Martin aweze kutuombea. I'll kindly request us to be upstanding for the word of prayer. Nitaomba tuweze kusimama kwa neno la ombi. We start on a high and we end on a high kwa maombi ya Mwenyezi Mungu. Asante sana. Nitaomba tuweze kusimama tafadhali kwa heshima ya Mwenyezi Mungu as we finish up. Martin, over to you.
We are praying. Swallow, whatever you're swallowing, and then we pray. Are we ready? Let's pray. Father, I want to thank you for this 5th annual event. Number 5 stands for grace, favor, blessings, and goodness. We thank you for favor in Aptak. We thank you for blessings in Aptak. We glorify and magnify Jehovah God because you brought even our brothers and sisters from other countries to come and celebrate with us. They also came and showed us what they are doing in their country, Jehovah. This is your blessing. The word Aptak has a spiritual meaning, Jehovah God. Last year, it was said here and shown, Jehovah God. The blessing has been seen. We thank you for the founders of Aptak. We thank you for the different committees that were there. We thank you for different presenters, Jehovah God. We thank you for each and every soul that came for this event in the name of Jesus. We thank you because you're expanding Aptak. The number is different from the number of last year. As we leave this place, we pray for special journey mercies. We thank you, Jehovah God, because nobody has complained of anything. No theft, no thuggery, and nothing wrong has happened, Jehovah God. As we came, we are going back safe and sound. We cleanse the air for those who are going by aeroplane. We cleanse the roads. We pray that the angels that we came with, they are going back with them. We thank and bless for even our brothers who are going outside the country, Jehovah God. They are going with a good report in the name of Jesus. We pray for the president of Aptak in the name of Jesus. We pray for special anointing upon his life. We refuse the attack of the enemy in his life in the name of Jesus. Father, you're doing a new thing in his life. Give him favor wherever he goes. And even the members of Aptak, wherever they go, give them favor in the name of Jesus. Thank you for the secretariat, Jehovah God, for the many good things they've been doing in the name of Jesus. We are now a family, my God, in the name of Jesus. We'll never forget what we've gotten from this place. Your word says an iron sharpens an iron. Your word also says that we should study Jehovah God. We've been blessed. We are not going the same. We are going with more knowledge, understanding. We thank you even for the way presentations were done, Jehovah God. The way the quietness was there, and men and women received. Be blessed, be glorified, be magnified. Thank you, Jehovah. Let your angels accompany us wherever we are going. When we meet next, we shall bless you and exalt you. For in Jesus' name prayed and believed.
All right, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Just remember to greet our neighbor, tell them